As a short while ago, a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onahama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. There are reports of minor injuries. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency says the wave could reach 3 meters. They have also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. The JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Here is video of Onahama Port in Fukushima, or this is a live view of Onahama Port in Fukushima. Tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. We'll bring you more details as they come in. Once again, a magnitude 7.3 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. Tuesday local time. Japan's meteorological agency says a short while ago a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onahama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. There are reports of minor injuries. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency says the wave could reach 3 meters. They have also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. The JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. We'll bring you more details as they come in. Fukushima Prefecture says nuclear plant operator TEPCO reported that it observed a tsunami at 6:34 a.m. Japan time. The prefectural office has no details of damage or the height of the wave yet. Here is video of Fukushima Daiichi during the quake. Japan's meteorological agency says it observed a 60-centimeter tsunami at the port of Onahama, coastal Fukushima Prefecture, at 6:49 a.m. Japan time. We now go back to our simultaneous interpretation of our domestic broadcast.
6時33分、東京電力福島第二原子力発電所の沿岸部に
1 meter of tsunami has been observed. So as I have said, 1 meter of tsunami has already reached this area. Therefore, please evacuate immediately. In order to save your life, please go to high grounds. If you cannot find any higher grounds, please go to places which is far away from the sea line. Please evacuate immediately. Don't go back, and please inform the neighboring people to evacuate. Therefore, please evacuate right away. And also in Sendai Port and also in Iwate Prefecture in Kuji, 80 centimeter of tsunami in Sendai and also 80 centimeter of tsunami in Kuji around 7:25 and 7:37. As you can see, this red arrow is indicating that we are going to observe higher tsunami. And this is the coastal area of tsunami of Miyagi Prefecture. The tsunami warning has been already issued. And the live shot is this Ishinomaki of Miyagi Prefecture. In Ishinomaki, Ayukawa, 80 centimeters of tsunami had reached at 7:39. However, red arrow is indicating that we are going to observe much higher tsunami. So there have been already tsunamis are reaching the wider area. The Fukushima first nuclear plant and also the second nuclear plant in Fukushima areas, there hadn't been any damage of tsunami and also the earthquake. However, for the second nuclear plant, the third reactor, because there is so-called the spent nuclear fuel pool, and therefore the cooling system for this fuel pool has been stopped. And according to TEPCO, the temperature is 28.7 right now for the spent nuclear fuel. Therefore, it hadn't reached the upper limit of 65 centigrade yet. This cooling system for the spent nuclear fuel pool has stopped, and there is a strong concern about this. But right now, they are not able to find the cause of this disruption of the cooling water system, and there is a concern that the earthquake had caused the stoppage. And the temperature rise, it is gradually and slowly rising. And according to the internal rule, there is a limit for the operation, and the upper limit is 65 centigrade. And at 6:10, the temperature right now is 28.7, and per hour there will be an increase of 0.2 centigrade. Therefore, it takes around 7 days or maybe around 1 week in order to reach the upper limit. And also, this level of danger, the third reactor, there are 2,544 spent nuclear fuel loads in this cooling pool in the third reactor. However, this is a spent nuclear fuel, and therefore the water temperature will rise gradually. However, we do have a room for a week, and therefore we need to recover the cooling water system in order to keep them cool. And according to the nuclear agency, we have received a comment from the nuclear agency, and yes, they have received the same information, and the temperature rise is gradual, and they are going to have more cautious approach in order to maintain this level. The cooling water system had stopped. Do you understand the cause, as I have said? Well, because they are not able to find out what caused the stoppage of this cooling water because of the strong earthquake, then this spent nuclear fuel pool may be shaken, and therefore there is a message tank over there, and maybe this tank or the surge tank has stopped. So maybe there is a change in this surge tank for the nuclear fuel, spent nuclear fuel pool, and this is a live shot that have been conducted by the SDF of the nuclear plant.
Is there anything we can learn from this footage? Well, so far, it doesn't seem that we can see any effect of a tsunami or that the buildings have been affected in any way. The footage does not show any signs of changes, and we do see the ocean at the top side, and we have heard that a 1-meter-high tsunami has washed towards the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. So what is the effect of the tsunami waves? Well, so far we do not have details, but the precinct where the power plant buildings are, it is higher than, of course, the water levels, and therefore I believe TEPCO are trying to confirm the safety of this area. And we do see tanks right now in this footage. And it does not seem as if the tanks have been affected in any way. And we see vehicles running in the area. So let's now look at the situation. As of 6:50, the cooling system for the spent fuel pool in the third reactor of Fukushima Daini nuclear power plant has stopped operating. The Nuclear Regulatory Agency says that so far the cooling water has not leaked out, and TEPCO are preparing to resume operation of the cooling system within an hour or two. The third reactor at the Fukushima Daini nuclear power plant, the cooling system for the spent fuel pool has stopped. There was an alert, and the water supply has stopped. However, the Nuclear Regulatory Agency says that so far no abnormalities have been observed, such as cooling water being spilled out or leaking. And TEPCO are now preparing to resume operation of the cooling system. And this is footage taken by the SDF along the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. We cannot confirm whether the waves we see are tsunami or ordinary sea waves. This is footage taken by the Ground Self-Defense Force along the Fukushima Daiichi. And we have been reporting that Fukushima Daini has observed a 1-meter high tsunami wave. This footage right now is looking at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. We see the foams of the ocean, the white foams. However, we do not know, we cannot confirm whether this is tsunami waves or just ordinary waves. But still, tsunami warnings have been issued. It still remains. This is footage taken along the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. The footage is taken by the Ground Self-Defense Force. In Tohoku and in Chiba Prefecture also, tsunami waves have been observed. And we cannot confirm whether tsunami waves have washed ashore close to the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, but in Soma Port, as of 7:06, a 90-centimeter tsunami wave has been observed. In Ayukawa of Ishinomaki, 80-centimeter wave was observed, and the tide level is rising. And this footage has been taken by the SDF. And we are looking at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. This is live footage taken by the Ground Self-Defense Force. And we continue to speak to our reporter, Mr. Kutsukake. What can we understand from this footage? We do not see any damage on the buildings. We cannot cite any damage so far. And the reactor buildings are built on a ground level that is 10 meters high from the sea level, and also an embankment has been established along the coast. Therefore, it should be protecting against tsunami waves.
And this is a live shot taken by SDF, and this is a live shot of TEPCO's Fukushima first nuclear plant. From Iwaki City, from Fukushima Prefecture, I would like to talk with Kadota-san, a cameraman. Mr. Kadota? Yes, I'm in the Hisanomachi-chiku in the higher ground, and also we are able to watch the sea, and we are not observing any changes of the sea level yet. And this is the evacuation site for the Iwaki city. As you can see, after the issuance of tsunami warning, there are people who had evacuated. As you can see, the fire departments are already here to watch. And there are some people who are trying to walk to the higher grounds. As you can see, the center of the screen, as you can see, there is signage of the source, and also we are able to watch the traffic lights are working as normal. And in the front part, in the center part, so this is National Highway number 6, and on the left-hand side there is a residential area, and on the right-hand side we are able to watch the sea, and we are not able to see any kind of wave changes. And in the Great East Japan earthquake, this is the area where the tsunami had made devastated damage. So they are trying to build the wall in order to prevent the waves. From Hisanoma Chiku from Iwaki. This is a report from this Fukushima prefecture. So we are able to see those people who had evacuated. It is very cold outside, therefore please try to wear the warm clothing. And this is a breaking news. The third reactor of the second nuclear plant of Fukushima, the cooling system had stopped for this used nuclear fuel. However, the TEPCO has announced that they are able to restart the cooling system pump. And this is a pump to exchange the water for the cooling water system. And until now, they are not able to find any kind of abnormality. And now they have restarted, and they have restarted the cooling system for the spent nuclear fuel pool. Therefore, the pump has restarted, and they are able to start the cooling system. So after the earthquake, so the pump had stopped automatically. Therefore, after an hour and a half, the cooling system had restarted. However, the cause is not clear yet. And I think that TEPCO is making a full research in order to find out the cause of the stoppage. So if we get the new information, we are going to give you. As you can see, the tsunami warning have been issued around the Fukushima prefecture and also in several areas. Therefore, please evacuate immediately. Tsunami has been already observed, and there is a concern that much higher tsunami will hit the areas. So tsunami will come around for two times or 3 times. Therefore, please inform the other people and also the neighboring people in order to give them information that there have been a tsunami warning that have been issued.
So let us report on the tsunami information in Fukushima. Tsunami waves have been observed, and the meteorological agency says that higher waves could be observed going forward. Up until 7 in Soma, as of 7:06, a 90-centimeter tsunami was observed, and in Onahama at 6:49, a 60-centimeter tsunami wave was observed. And in other areas, higher waves could have hit. The tsunami wave estimate is 3 meters. Please make sure that you have evacuated to higher grounds.
It is 8:02 in Japan, Tuesday. At 5:59 a.m. local time, a magnitude 7.3 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan. Japan's meteorological agency says a short while ago, a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onohama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. There are reports of minor injuries. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency says the wave could reach 3 meters. They have also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. We are now looking at video of Sendai Airport taken during the quake. This is video of Sendai Airport during the quake. We can see the camera shaking. The agency is telling people to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. Fukushima Prefecture says a 1-meter high tsunami hit the coast next to the Fukushima Daini nuclear power plant at 6:33 a.m. An update from officials is expected shortly. We're now looking at live video of Onohama Port in Fukushima. This is live video of Onohama Port in Fukushima. We'll now go to our domestic services with simultaneous interpretation.
大震災の際、多くの方々の避難場所となりました。今日もすでに数人の人たちが避難してきています。
This is an area where people have evacuated to during the Great East Japan earthquake. Several people have evacuated here, and a man said that he felt the quake when he was trying to ride his car to go to work. And he remembers the Great East Japan earthquake. He said that it was very scary. That was from Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. In Ayukawa of Ishinomaki, as of 7:39, an 80-centimeter tsunami wave was observed, and the tide level is still rising. So even along the coast where tsunami alerts have been issued, waves as high as 1 meter has approached the shore. So please stay away from the sea. From Tohoku all the way to Chiba and Izu Islands, tsunami alerts are issued, and in Fukushima, tsunami warning is being issued. And already tsunami waves have washed ashore, therefore please stay away from the shorelines. This is Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. As of 7:39, an 80-centimeter tsunami wave has been observed, and the tide level is still rising. Tsunami may wash ashore repeatedly, and the second wave or third wave may be higher than the initial waves. So if you live close to the sea, please do not return home, but evacuate to higher grounds. The tsunami waves may wash ashore and rush up slopes. Please be informed on the latest. Please utilize radio or the one-segment broadcast on your cell phones. And the Meteorological Agency is now ready to start their news conference. As of 5:59 this morning, a strong earthquake hit off the coast of Fukushima. And there are tsunami warnings and tsunami alerts being issued. I would like to first explain about the warnings and alerts. The magnitude 7.3 earthquake that hit at 5:59 this morning in Fukushima, tsunami warning is out and tsunami alert is issued all the way from Aomori down to Kujukuri and Sotobo of Chiba, as well as Uchibo and also to Izu Islands. So please make sure that you evacuate away from the shorelines and stay away from rivers as well. please make sure that you have evacuated to high grounds or tall buildings. The tsunami waves may arrive repeatedly along the shore, therefore please remain in safe areas. And also in areas where the tsunami alert has been issued, the sea as well as the shorelines may be very dangerous. So if you are close to the shore, please move away. And the current may move very speedily, so please do not enter the sea or get close to the shoreline while the tsunami alert is out. An intensity of 5- was observed, and if in areas which has observed a very strong earthquake, landslides may occur, and therefore if you are working in these areas, please watch out. And also please be aware that a tsunami warning and alert are out. And now to explain about the earthquake, if you can please look at the handouts while I speak. The earthquake was observed as of 5:59 a.m. It was a magnitude 7.4 earthquake. Right after the earthquake, we issued a magnitude 7.3. It has been leveled up to 7.4, and the focus depth was 25 kilometers, and the mechanism of the earthquake was due to a fault, and an intensity 5- was observed in Shirakawa City and Tsukagawa City, Kunimi Town, and Tagami Town, or 16 municipalities in Fukushima.
In addition, mostly in Tohoku and Hokkaido and also Shikoku, the seismic scale 1 was observed. And I have already explained the important things to bear in mind. Today, at 7 o'clock in Iwate, Fukushima, Kujukuri, and Miyagi, and other places in Chiba Prefecture, tsunami waves were observed. And the following on, in 0.9 meter of tsunami was observed in Soma. This is the highest. And as of 7:30, the seismic scale 5 was observed, and also the seismic scale 3 and the 2 that was observed 7 times, and the seismic scale 1 was observed at 7 times. The new information, additional tsunami warning observed. The tsunami warning has been issued to Miyagi Prefecture as well as Fukushima. This is a new tsunami warning. A tsunami warning is now issued to Miyagi Prefecture, and tsunami wave is already arriving in Miyagi Prefecture. The height is expected to be 3 meters at maximum. So please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately for life. As much as possible to go to higher places, to stay away as much as possible from coastlines and riverbanks. Tsunami waves might hit repeatedly. Tsunami waves can go up slopes and reach inner areas. Tsunami warnings have been issued not only to Fukushima but also to Miyagi Prefecture. Tsunami waves have already been observed in Sendai Port. 80-centimeter tsunami wave was observed. Higher waves may hit. Please do not come to the coastlines. Tsunami alerts have been issued to wider areas. 3 meters tsunami wave is expected to hit, and the 90 centimeters tsunami was already observed in Soma, and 80 centimeters tsunami wave has already been observed at Sendai port. Tsunami warning has just been issued to Miyagi Prefecture. This is the footage of Ishinomaki port of Miyagi Prefecture. The new information about tsunami heights at the Sendai port at the 3:08 a.m. 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami wave was just observed, and the crest of the tsunami is rising 8:3 this morning. 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami wave was observed, and Kuni port in Chiba at 7:55, 80 centimeter tsunami was observed, and the height is rising. And in Ofunato, the 40 centimeter tsunami wave was just observed, and the maximum height is now rising. Then please stay away. Please evacuate immediately. And the 8:09 at the Miyako port, 40 centimeter tsunami was observed, and the height is still rising. These are the places where tsunami warnings have been issued. At Sendai port, 1.4 meter tsunami wave was just observed, and this is still rising.
So now we are seeing tsunami waves higher than a meter, and the tsunami waves may become even higher. So we hope that people can remain alert. And along the Fukushima coast, we had a tsunami warning. Now we have a tsunami warning out in Miyagi Prefecture as well. So a tsunami wave that's higher than a meter could be quite powerful. Even if it's several tens of centimeters, if you are caught in that tsunami wave, you may not be able to stand still. And of course, a wave that's higher than 1 meter is quite powerful. So please stay away from the shorelines. So I believe people have evacuated from the shorelines. However, please make sure that you move to higher grounds. And tsunami waves are washing and approaching the coast, so please do make sure that you stay away from the sea. The red arrows indicate that the tide level is rising. Therefore, the second wave or third wave that arrives on shore could be higher than the previous wave. So please make sure that you evacuate now, and if you haven't evacuated, stay in the high grounds. And the magnitude of the earthquake has been changed. The meteorological agency has announced that the magnitude of the earthquake was 7.4, and the focus depth has also been changed to 25 kilometers. So this is quite a big earthquake. Well, the initial announcement was a magnitude 7.3 earthquake. However, after analyzing the earthquake data, it has been revised to 7.4. So it is a very big earthquake. And initially, the focus was said to be at a depth of 10 kilometers, but now it has been revised to 25 kilometers. So the depth has become, the focus has become deeper. But still, it is a rather shallow earthquake. Therefore, it may cause earthquakes. And there was an explanation about the mechanism that it was caused by a normal fault, meaning that the top side of the rocks could have subsided. and caused the earthquake.
We have new information from the officials at Japan's meteorological agency. A tsunami warning has also been issued for Miyagi Prefecture. For those of you just joining us, a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. Tuesday local time. That's a little over a couple hours ago. Japan's meteorological agency earlier said the quake was magnitude 7.3. It is now 7.4. It says the quake's epicenter was at a depth of 25 kilometers. There are reports of minor injuries. JMA says a short while ago, a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onohama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency issues such a warning when there's a possibility a wave could reach 3 meters. They have also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. We are currently looking at live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. This is live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. Again, officials at Japan's meteorological agency has issued a tsunami warning for Miyagi Prefecture. Those of you along the coastlines must immediately evacuate to higher ground. Do not go close to the coastline. JMA is calling on people in Fukushima and other areas where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. Once again, a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. Tuesday local time. Japan's meteorological agency earlier said the quake was magnitude 7.3. It says the quake's epicenter was at a depth of 25 kilometers. There are reports of minor injuries. JMA says a short while ago, a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onohama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency issues such a warning when there's a possibility a wave could reach 3 meters. They have also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. We are currently watching live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. Officials at Japan's meteorological agency, they have issued a tsunami warning for Miyagi Prefecture. The tsunami warning is still in effect. Remember, tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. Currently seeing live pictures coming out of Miyagi Prefecture there. Now let's go to our domestic services with simultaneous interpretation.
東日本大震災の際には一旦避難したもののご自宅に戻って犠牲になられた方が数多くいましたよね。はい。
今回もちょっとやっぱり、規模が大きい地震です。また東日本大震災の被災地ではですね、地盤が下がったりですとか、堤防の工事がまだ終わってないなどで津波が侵入しやすい地域がありますので、そういうところで特に厳重な警戒が必要。
All right, once again, a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. Tuesday local time. Japan's meteorological agency earlier said the quake was magnitude 7.3. It says the quake's epicenter was at a depth of 25 kilometers. There are reports of minor injuries. JMA says a short while ago, a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma, and a 60-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Onohama. Both are on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. The tsunami warning for coastal areas is still in effect. The agency issues such a warning when there's a possibility a wave could reach 3 meters. They've also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. Now, JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Now, new information that came in this hour, officials at Japan's meteorological agency, they have issued a tsunami warning for Miyagi Prefecture. We are currently seeing live video coming out of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. Listen to authorities. Do move away from higher ground. The tsunami warning is still in effect. Now remember, tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. Let's now go to our domestic services once again with simultaneous interpretation.
And this is Kesenuma Port. I am standing at the top of a local hotel. This is a live footage from Kesenuma Port. I am on the top of the 6-story hotel. 4 fishing boats were observed, but they moved away from the coastline. And here, this is the Kesenuma fishing market. Usually, at this time, the market is very live with auctions, but today this has been suspended, and I can see people observing the coast areas very anxiously. This has been a live footage from Kesenuma Port of Miyagi Prefecture. Now, I turn to Oarai of Ibaraki Prefecture. 50-centimeter tsunami was observed at 7:08. And as far as I can see, I didn't observe very high rise of the tidal level. But local municipalities has been issuing warnings to local people, and the high tide time of the high tide is now imminent at 10:32 this morning. Tsunami alert has been issued tsunami warning has been issued to Oarai of Ibaraki Prefecture. Can you observe people who have been taken shelter or who have evacuated? I can't see any people from here. I don't see any people on the street. Do you see some people who have taken shelter at the place where you are? I am in a local junior high school building, and I cannot tell you how many people are here, but this is one of the designated evacuation sites for the local people. Thank you. This has been a live footage from Oarai town of Ibaraki Prefecture. And in Oarai at 10:32 this morning, the high tide is expected, and the 50-centimeter of tsunami was observed here at 7 a.m. And in Miyagi and the Fukushima prefectures, tsunami has already been observed, and higher waves can hit repeatedly. At the Sendai port, 1.4 meter of tsunami was observed, and Soma, 90 centimeters, and Ishinomaki Ayukawa, 80 centimeters, and Onahama in Iwaki City, 60 centimeters of tsunami waves have already been recorded, and the higher waves might have been hit at other locations. And the maximum expected height of tsunami is 3 meters, according to the Japanese Meteorological Agency. And the tsunami has already been observed at locations where tsunami alert has been issued. In Owarai, the 50 centimeters, and Ofunato in Iwate, 40 centimeters, and Miyako of Iwate, 40 centimeters, and Katsura in Chiba, 30 centimeters, and Tateyama in Chiba, 30 centimeters, and Yaene of Hachijojima, 30 centimeters, and Kamaishi of Iwate Prefecture, 20 centimeters of tsunami waves have been observed. Please stay away from the shorelines. The tsunami warning is still alive for Miyagi and the Fukushima prefectures alongside their coastlines. At 5:59 a.m., a 7.4 magnitude 7.4 earthquake occurred off the coast of Fukushima, and tsunami alert and tsunami warnings are still in place. Off the coast of Fukushima prefecture, magnitude 7.4 earthquake was observed, and the tsunami warnings have been issued to Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures. And maximum height of tsunami is expected at 3 meters at the Miyagi and Fukushima prefectures. And also in Chiba and Izu Islands and Ibaraki prefectures, tsunami already have arrived, in addition to Miyagi and the Fukushima coastlines. At the Sendai port, 1.4 meters tsunami was observed at 8:03, and at the Soma port, 90 centimeters, and Ayukawa in Ishinomaki, 80 centimeters, and Fuji of Iwate prefecture, 80 centimeters of tsunami have already been observed this morning. And the red arrow on the screen shows that at these spots, tsunami height is still rising. And in Iwaki and Shirakawa, Esukagawa, Minami Soma, Hironomachi, Narahamachi, Futabamachi, Namiemachi, in total 16 municipalities have recorded the magnitude seismic scale 5 strong earthquake, and the seismic scale 1 through 4 earthquake have been observed in the wide areas stretching Hokkaido to the north and Shikoku to the south.
Tsunami warning for Miyagi and Fukushima remain issued. Tsunami is arriving at 8:03. A tsunami of 1.40 meters has arrived in Sendai port, and the sea level remains swelling. Stay away from the coastline and evacuate to higher lands. If you cannot evacuate to a higher land, try to stay on the higher floors of high buildings. Please never go back to see the coastline. The height of tsunami has been reported. It is expected that the higher wave can arrive. Please remain alert and please stay evacuated. The footage is the live footage of Onahama Port, Fukushima Prefecture. At 6:49, a tsunami of 60 centimeters have been registered in Onahama Port. Higher wave can arrive at the coastline, so please remain alert. Already, a great number of people have evacuated, but those of you still at home, please evacuate at this moment. If you know elderly citizens or people with disabilities, please help around to help them evacuate themselves. At Great East Japan earthquake, a number of people have been killed by tsunami when they went back home after the tsunami was considered stabilized. At Fukushima and Miyagi coastline, the warnings for tsunami is issued. Please also guard against the chill in the morning. Strong tremor have been registered, which could have caused some cracks on the ground. So please watch your steps as you evacuate. Tsunami has been registered at many locations. Please evacuate now. The height of tsunami are as follows. Tsunami warning has been issued in Miyagi Prefecture. At Sendai Port, 1 meter 40 centimeters of tsunami has been registered in Sendai Port. Red arrows suggest that the sea level is still rising in these ports. In Soma Port, Fukushima Prefecture, at 7:06, tsunami of 90 meters have been registered. Ayukawa Ishinomaki has had a tsunami of 80 centimeters. Same was true for Kuji Port. Wataricho coastline is now being shown on live footage. In Kuji Port, in Iwate Prefecture, tsunami of 80 centimeters have arrived, and the sea level is still rising. Onahama Port has registered a tsunami of 60 centimeters, and Owarai tsunami of 50 centimeters and 40 centimeters at Ohunato at 7:56 this morning. Miyako Port in Iwato had a tsunami of 40 centimeters at 8:09, and the sea level is rising. Red arrow suggests that the sea level is still rising. There has been a press conference by TEPCO at 5:59. There has been a earthquake of magnitude 7.3. Naraha and Futaba towns have had a earthquake of 5-, and Hunato at 4. With regard to Fukushima Daiichi, there has been a horizontal earthquake of 54.2 Gao and 68.4 Gao, 65.9 Gao have been registered in these areas. In Kashiwazaki, earthquake and acceleration was Japanese intensity of 3, and vessel number 1 has experienced an acceleration of 5.1 Gao. In Fukushima Daiichi, plant remains safe as we report. As for Fukushima number 2, as it has been announced, vessel number 3, spent fuel pool pump, have tripped, which stopped operation at 10 minutes past 6, and we are currently resuming the operation after 7:47. We believe that the stoppage was caused by the tremor and strong acceleration at the nuclear power plant. The pump have resumed operation at 7:49. As for the temperature has increased to 29.5 degrees centigrade from 28.7 degrees centigrade over a period of approximately 90 minutes. Regarding tsunami, at 6:38, Fukushima Daiichi and Fukushima Daini have had a tsunami of about 1 meter high. And second tsunami wave have not been officially registered due to the lack of sufficient height. So the second wave has not been very high. There has not been any human casualties, and monitoring post of Fukushima number 2 and the flu cam are operating safely, and plant remains intact because Fukushima Daini had a weaker tremor. This is the gist of the current condition. Any question can be entertained.
Kunieda of NHK. The circulation pump of the spent fuel cooling water has stopped. Would you please explain the details? This is yet to be confirmed. However, generally speaking, on an earthquake, the level of the cooling water, pool water changes, and if the water level goes down, the pump have to be stopped. So temporarily the water level went down, and that's why we assume that the pump stopped. But it took about 1.5 hours for us to inspect in order to ensure that the pump water circulation system should be reactivated. After Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station, this is what. Did you experience any further stoppage of safety equipment because of earthquake? I'm sorry, I don't have any clear memory of that. We need to confirm that. But perhaps the pump might have stopped because the earthquake gives the vibration to the water level of the cooling water pool. So what kind of work did you perform at the Fukushima Daiichi and the Fukushima Daini when that occurred? I need to come back to you later on after confirming our detailed, but right now our inspection has been suspended at Fukushima Daiichi and Fukushima Daini. And the Watanabe of TBS. So, did you have any damage to the decommissioning work at the Fukushima Daiichi? We didn't have any damage. The FPC pump has been suspended, and there is another equipment, dust pump. Inside, this is to feed electricity into the site, and the dust monitor has been stopped now. So the monitoring post number 1 and the monitoring post number 7, at these two locations, the dust monitors have been installed. And the first one, which is located at the northern side of the premise, is now not working because of the lack of electricity. And we actively stopped the system to move away the contaminated water that have been collected, and because the water purification system might have been damaged. This has been the press conference of TEPCO, and now I talk with the scientific editor. So we have just heard the TEPCO's press conference. According to the announcement from the TEPCO, the reactor 3 of the Fukushima Daini has a pool to cool down the fuel, spent fuel collected from the reactors inside, and the tank there stopped automatically because of the warning after the tremor. And this also caused the suspension of the water cooling system, but the cooling restarted 90 minutes later, and the water temperature rose slightly, but this is still in the safety range. And in addition, Fukushima Daiichi and the Kashiwazaki Kariwa nuclear power stations, they have observed no damage caused by the earthquake so far. So the pump was stopped, which was activated in order to circulate the water to keep cooling the
You've been listening to officials from Tokyo Electric Power Company holding a press conference there. This is what we know so far. A magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. Tuesday local time. It says the quake's epicenter was at a depth of 25 kilometers. There are reports of minor injuries. JMA says a short while ago, a 140-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Sendai in Miyagi Prefecture, and a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. You're currently looking at live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. The tsunami warning for coastal areas of Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures remains in effect. The agency says there's a possibility a wave could reach as high as 3 meters. Japan's prime minister gave a statement from Argentina. All right, we're looking at live video coming out of Miyagi Prefecture. The JMA says a short while ago, a 140-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Sendai in Miyagi Prefecture, and a 90-centimeter tsunami hit the port of Soma on the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. It seems we have got that footage. Japan's prime minister, he gave a statement from Argentina. Let's listen in.
私からは国民に対して津波避難に関する情報提供を適時的確に行うこと、早急に被害状況を把握すること、災害応急対策に全力で取り組むことについて指示
Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe speaking there in Argentina. The Japan Meteorological Agency also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Remember, tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. Now, the Fukushima prefectural government says a 1-meter-high tsunami hit the coast near the Fukushima Dai-ni nuclear power plant at 6:33 a.m. A cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the plant has resumed operation after being off for about an hour and a half. Tokyo Electric Power Company says the pump to circulate cooling water in the pool stopped just after 6 a.m. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says because no abnormalities were detected, the system was restarted. We'll go back to our domestic services now with simultaneous interpretation.
6時10分ごろ 福島第二原発3号機で使用済み燃料を冷却するための水を貯めるタンクの水位が低下したことを示す警報が鳴り、
has experienced a decline of water level, which has caused the stoppage of the pump for the spent fuel pool. The shaken water in the spent fuel pool seems to have caused the stoppage of the cooling pump. This morning's earthquake has caused a 1 meter high tsunami at 638 Fukushima nuclear power plant number 1 and 2. The temporary stoppage of the pool, will you update on us? The earthquake this morning has shaken the water of the spent fuel pool, which in turn has caused the temporary decline of the water level. And that has triggered a warning of the tank adjacent to the spent fuel pool. TEPCO has examined the situation and resumed the operation of the cooling pump at 7:47. So the water pump is now in operation. As for the spent fuel in the pool, spent fuel creates temperature. So the water temperature in the spent fuel pool has increased from 27.7 at 10 minutes past 6 to 29.5 degrees centigrade. That is within the safe range. At Fukushima nuclear power plant number 2, part of the monitoring system has been stopped, and both at nuclear power plants number 1 and 2 have had no major damage caused by the earthquake. No injuries of the workers have been reported at these nuclear power stations. Japanese ground self-defense forces have fed us with the live footage over Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. On the left side of the screen, you can see reactors number 1, 2, and 3, which seemingly have had no major physical damage to the structure. These are the tanks of contaminated water, approximately 1,000 tanks in number, and there has not been any reported leakage of contaminated water from these tanks. At Fukushima Daiichi, that faces the ocean, after the tsunami of about 1 meter high, what measures have been taken? At Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, after 3/11/2011, they have started the decommissioning of the nuclear reactors. They also are breaking the seawater break, a temporary structure of the coast, at the height of about 10 meters from the sea level. And from that level, they are currently building a temporary wall about 4 to 6 meters high. Now on to Fukushima Daiichi number 2 nuclear power station. And nuclear reactor number 3 is the second from the right. They have 4 reactors. Seen from outside, there has not been any major damage on reactor number 3. These are the nuclear power station reactors. And this has been a new live footage covered by Japanese ground force self-defense forces. The cooling water pump has resumed operation. This is footage of Fukushima Daiichi number 1 nuclear power station. Approximately about 90 minutes after the stoppage of the cooling pump operation, the pump has resumed the operation. Has there been any major influence by the stoppage? Pool water temperature have increased by 0.8 degrees centigrade, after which the pump operation has been resumed. Temperature increase was limited before the operation was resumed. We are yet to know the full picture of the situation, and TEPCO is currently examining the situation.
ではその原発について原子力規制庁によりますと福島第二原子力
Fukushima Daini Power Plant, reactor number 3, have had the stoppage of the recycling water pump. About 60 minutes afterward, the operation have been resumed. There has not been any major damages to those nuclear power plants ever since. Working with the Cabinet Office, they are currently gathering information. And shortly before 8 a.m., ground self-defense forces have captured some visuals over the sky of nuclear power plants. Tsunami warning remain issued in Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures. Please stay evacuated and stay on alert.
This is a live footage from Ibaraki Prefecture, Hitachi area. I am flying above Hitachi city of Ibaraki Prefecture. The camera is zooming on the surface of the water. I can see white waves, but I cannot observe any tsunami heights from here. The white waves are hitting repeatedly the breakwater, but I'm not sure whether this is caused by tsunami. This is the port. I see some vessels, but I can see some people on the pier. Now looking farther away, the camera is turning to the north. The helicopter is flying toward the north over Hitachi city of Ibaraki Prefecture. The camera is now turning to the north. And now I am zooming on to the surface of the water, the coastline. I see white crests of waves hitting the coastline, but I'm not sure whether this is caused by the tsunami. The waves are hitting the breakwater, but it is not certain whether these high waves are due to tsunamis. This is a live footage from Hitachi city. The camera is moving to the north, to the left-hand side, and at the top is the Pacific Ocean. And now again turning into the surface of the water. I see white waves reaching the breakwater, but it is not certain whether these rough seas are caused by tsunamis. I see some vessels, boats in the port, and some people are there. Mr. Hayashi, you are flying over Hitachi city. On your way, did you observe any changes on the coastline? Before I arrived Hitachi, I saw the coastline a little south of Hitachi, but I didn't see any tsunami waves. I didn't see any fires. Did you notice any changes? Any abnormalities? No, on my way here, I didn't observe any abnormal situations, unusual situations. So once again, let's look at the coastline. For some time now, we have been flying to the north, and we are arriving Takahagi City. I am flying over Takahagi City. To the left, we are moving. We are moving, flying northward. Let's have a closer look. On the coastline, we see high waves reaching, but it is not certain whether these high waves are caused by tsunamis. I see the white crest of high waves, but it is not certain whether this is caused by tsunamis. This has been the live footage from the coastline of Ibaraki Prefecture. We saw some people on the coastline, but in Owarai port, 50 centimeters of tsunami was observed. So please stay away from the coastline. At 5:59 this morning, a magnitude 7.4 earthquake was observed off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture, and the tsunami warnings have been issued not only to Fukushima but also on Miyagi coastlines. At 5:59 this morning, earthquake of magnitude 7.4 was observed off the coast of Fukushima, and the Japanese Meteorological Agency issued the tsunami warnings to the coastlines of Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures, and the 3 meters of tsunami waves can hit these areas. And in Chiba Prefecture and Izu Islands, to the coastlines, the tsunami alerts have been issued, and the maximum height of tsunami expected to reach at these locations is the 1 meters. And at Sendai port this morning, 1.4 meter of tsunami was observed. 90 centimeters of tsunami at Soma, 80 centimeters of tsunami at Ishinomaki, and 80 centimeters of tsunami at Kuji, and 40 centimeters of tsunami was observed at Ofunato, and a strong earthquake was observed in Iwaki, Shirakawa, Sukagawa, Minami, Soma, Hironomachi, Narahamachi, Futabamachi, Namiemachi, in total 16 municipalities in Fukushima, and Takahagi and Otawara of Tochigi Prefecture, Takahagi of Ibaraki Prefecture also recorded a strong earthquake of seismic scale, intensity scale of 5, and the epicenter of the tsunami is 25 kilometers from the surface of the earth. Tsunami waves have already been hitting the coastlines of Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures, and the maximum height of tsunamis are still rising, and the red arrows on the bottom left is showing that the level is rising.
All right, you've been watching our domestic services there with simultaneous interpretation. A series of tsunami are reaching the coasts of northeastern and eastern Japan after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency has so far observed waves up to 140 centimeters. The tsunami warning for coastal areas of Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures are in effect. The agency says there is a possibility a wave could reach as high as 3 meters. You're currently looking at video of Sendai Station in Miyagi Prefecture during the quake. As you can see, our cameras are shaking. Video of Sendai Station in Miyagi Prefecture during the quake there. Now, Japan's Prime Minister gave a statement from Argentina.
私からは国民に対して津波避難に関する情報提供を適時的確に行うこと、早急に被害状況を把握すること、災害応急対策に全力で取り組むことについて指示いたしました。
The meteorological agency also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. You are now looking at live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. Live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. A tsunami warning has been issued for Miyagi Prefecture and Fukushima, and they are still in effect. We now have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama port in Fukushima Prefecture shortly before 6 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting following the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The regulator says there are also no reports of irregularities at other nuclear plants or facilities in the area as of 7:55 a.m. And they say there are no changes to the radiation levels at monitoring posts around those facilities. Let's now go back to our domestic services. For more information, we have simultaneous interpretation.
津波の情報をお伝えしていますが、この後も繰り返し何度も津波が来る恐れがあります。
Repeated waves of tsunami can be expected. Please remain evacuated. This is live footage of Iwaki Port, Fukushima Prefecture. Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures have tsunami warnings issued. Miyagi and Fukushima coastline is now under the tsunami warning. Please evacuate and get as far away as possible from the coastline at this moment. Those of you who are already on the higher land, please remain there until the warning is lifted. At around 5:59, an earthquake occurred, which resulted in the tsunami warning not only in Fukushima but also in Miyagi Prefecture. Expected height of tsunami is as high as 3 meters at most. Tsunami warning advisory is also issued for Aomori, Ibaraki, Iwate, and Kujukuri Beach of Chiba, and Sotobo and Uchiba of Chiba as well. The tsunami of up to 1 meter can arrive in those areas. At 8:03, a tsunami of 1 meter 40 centimeters have been registered at Sendai Port. And the red arrow suggests that the sea level is still rising in those areas of Sendai, Kuji, and Funato ports. Soma Port has had a tsunami of 19 centimeters and Ishinomaki of 80 centimeters and Onahama at 60 centimeters. In some areas, higher tsunami could arrive. Get away from the coastline and evacuate to higher land. Those of you who are already evacuating, please remain there until the tsunami warning is lifted. Earthquake of 5- was registered in Fukagawa, Tsukagawa, Fukushima, Naraha, Futaba, and Namie towns in 14 municipalities, and Takahagi in Ibaraki and Otawara in Tochigi have had strong earthquakes as well. The focus of the earthquake was off the coast of Fukushima, which was 20 kilometers deep. The size of the earthquake is estimated at 7.4. Tsunami has been registered in many locations. Miyagi and Fukushima has tsunami warnings. Please remain evacuated. Fukushima, Oarai, and other areas will have a live coverage. Reporting from Iwaki City, Hisahama Town, Fukushima Prefecture, reporting from 30 meters inward. Tsunami warning has been issued for this area, even though we cannot see any major changes, visible changes. However, sirens are still running, encouraging people to evacuate. At this location, approximately 100 people have evacuated. And at 6:49, a tsunami of 60 centimeters have been registered in Onahama Port. At 10:34, Onahama Port will have a full tide, so never get closer to the coastline. At local schools and at city halls, approximately 150 people have evacuated. There are about 200 cars that have evacuated to higher lands. Hisanomamachi, Mr. Sakamoto is with us this morning. What is the evacuation status as we report? The earthquake was very strong this time, so everyone evacuated as soon as possible. Fortunately, within the first 15 minutes, all the local community members have been successfully evacuated. 54 people in my district have successfully evacuated. How did you encourage people to evacuate? Learning from the experience of 3/11/2011, we have divided the district into 3 smaller groups with leaders in the local communities, and the leaders each visited all households, telling people to evacuate, and the 3 leaders have reported us that no major damage have been reported. Hisanomachi of Iwaki City, Fukushima Prefecture.
I'm reporting live from the Ishinomaki city of Miyagi Prefecture. The tsunami alert is issued to this place that I'm reporting from the slope, which I can have the command of the view. And shortly after that, the 7:39, that 80 centimeters of that tsunami was reported in Sendai Port at 33, that 1 meter and 40 centimeters of tsunami was observed, and it is in the process of rising. During the city, that there have been the wire message of encouraging people to evacuate. In the sea, that you can see that the 10 boats are taking refuge to the outer seas. They experienced 5 years ago that the tsunami, and also that this is a place of the evacuation. More than the dozens of the people are taking refuge in this place. One of the man says that he felt the jolt in his way to the offices, and he's very scared. But the memory of 5 years ago, the great earthquake and the tsunami came to light to him. And this is Oarai, the middle school that on the slope of Miyagi, that in Ibaragi, and the 15 centimeters of that the tsunami was reported as 708. That we don't see too much of the changes of the sea level. However, that we do hear that the alarms of the emergency in cars, and some people come to the coast to see the conditions. Please do not do this; it's too dangerous. In the elementary school, and students, middle school students are encouraged to stay home, and they are giving the priority to vacation of the people who are living close to that the coast. And the high tide, the maximum tide of the day is 10:32. Many of the boats are evacuating to that outer seas, and also the coastal guard is trying to protect the people as well as the boats. And many people have already evacuated, and well, those people who have already evacuated, please stay. Please do not return to your homes until the alert is lifted. And please look at the report of the meteorology agency. When the alert is issued, that there may be the damage of the tsunami, and those people who are living in the coast area and the river area, that please evacuate immediately to the higher places or the high-rise buildings immediately. And the tsunami comes in several waves, and therefore please do not leave the safety areas until the warning is lifted. When the alert is issued, that please the inside of the seas or the coastal areas are extremely dangerous, and please leave these areas immediately, and keep your distance as much as possible from the distance. And the current, the ocean current is very fast, and please do not go near to the sea or the coastal areas, and please stay alert for the next several days at least. So that was the press report of the meteorological agency that we asked Akawara-san in the studio.
The tsunami of higher than 1 meter have been registered in some areas, and 50 or 60 meter high tsunami have been registered elsewhere as well. As repeatedly mentioned, tsunami is the attack by bulk of water, which in turn means that tsunami of 1 meter or higher has so much energy in it. Also, tsunami of lower than that can also wash away people around the coastline, so please stay alert. The focus was off the coast of Fukushima. That is why JMA initially issued a warning for Fukushima Prefecture. However, tsunami of 140 meters have been registered in Miyagi prefectures as well. And that is why tsunami warning was issued to Miyagi prefectures as well. Therefore, please never go see the coastline at this moment, and please stay evacuated. Additionally, past 9 p.m., Katsura, Chiba, and Kashima Port in Ibaragi have had tsunami of 30 centimeters high. Katsuhura, 30 centimeters high. 906, Kashima Port has had a tsunami of 30 centimeters. And at 8:58, Kamaishi Iwate had a tsunami of 20 centimeters. At around 9 a.m., new tsunami waves are coming in to different ports. Registered tsunami is arriving in wider areas along the coastline of Tohoku, Ibaraki, Chiba, and Izu Island chain. Tsunami warning and advisory have been issued in these areas, and tsunami registered in these areas will remain coming. Therefore, please stay alert. And in some areas, sea level is still rising in some areas, even though we no longer see any red arrows anymore. What does that mean? The sea level kept rising up until very last moment, which may mean that repeated waves can come in, further causing the sea level rise. So even though we do not see any red arrows anymore, please do not relax, but stay alert. It was an earthquake of magnitude 7.4. What kind of earthquake was it? According to the press conference at Japan Meteorological Agency, Great East Japan earthquake has triggered active seismic activities along the Tohoku coastline. And I think that today's earthquake belonged to that group of earthquake. And this morning's earthquake was rather large in scale with a magnitude of 7.4, causing tsunami of higher than 1 meter in Sendai. And with a larger magnitude, the duration of tsunami warning can be longer than usual, so please stay alert. As was covered in the press coverage, there has been a rupture zones that has caused a vertical rupture as shown on this slide. That also means that the fault line could move up and down rather than horizontally. In this kind of earthquake, vertical jolt can cause larger tsunamis because that can bring the seawater up and down. As mentioned already, because it was a major earthquake, it is expected that tsunami waves remain. And sometimes different tsunami waves can be merged, creating an even higher wave. So at ports and coastlines, please stay alert. Lia-style coastline can possibly have a tsunami of even higher waves. So please be guarded against those possibilities. And Tohoku also has not fully recovered from the earthquake in 2011. There has been some subsidence of the land level, and there has been some breaches of breakwaters, which can possibly be prone to higher tsunamis. So never get closer to those areas. And full tide will be only several dozens of minutes away, so please stay alert as well. That was Nakamura, a reporter of the social news section.
That the live report of the nuclear power plants and the reactors. And this is Fukushima number 2, the nuclear plant, reactor 3, that temporarily the pump of the cooling of the spent fuel was temporarily stopped. However, that did resume the operation after about 90 minutes. According to the TEPCO, that the jolting of the water, of the cooling water, will cause the alarm bells and the pump stopped. And that is their assumed reason for the stoppage. And this is shortly after 8 a.m. And at 6:10 at the Fukushima number 2, the nuclear plant, at the reactor 3, the cooling water pump, that the water level alarm sent out notifying or reducing the level of the cooling water, and the pump stopped automatically. And the TEPCO confirmed the tank, and there is no abnormality of the leakage of the cooling water. And after 1 hour and 40 minutes, and they restarted the pump and started the cooling operation again. And reactor 3, that the cooling spent fuel water is stopped, and that the stoppage was 6:10. However, that we resumed at the 7:47 because of the jolt of the earthquake, that the cooling water fluctuated, and the pump stopped. However, that thanks to our inspection, that we decided it is safe enough to resume that pump operation, and there is no abnormalities. The temperature of the water is 29.5, which shows a rise of the 1 degree Celsius. However, that is no abnormal.
You've been listening to our domestic services with simultaneous interpretation. As we've been hearing, tsunami has been observed in a wide area. A series of them are reaching the coast of northeastern and eastern Japan after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency has so far observed waves up to 140 centimeters. The tsunami warning for coastal areas of Fukushima and Miyagi prefectures are in effect. The agency says there's a possibility a wave could reach as high as 3 meters. You're now looking at video of Sendai in Miyagi prefecture during the quake. As you can see, our cameras are moving quite violently there. Video of Sendai, Miyagi prefecture during the quake. Japan's prime minister has given a statement from Argentina.
私からは国民に対して津波避難に関する
I have ordered government officials to provide the public with up-to-date and accurate information concerning tsunami evacuation.
について指示いたしました。
Now, the meteorological agency also issued a tsunami advisory for prefectures in northeastern and eastern Japan. Anyone in those areas should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. JMA is calling on people in the area where the tsunami warning is issued to leave coastal areas or riversides immediately. The agency is telling them to evacuate to a safer place, such as higher ground or an evacuation building. Remember, tsunami will hit repeatedly. Do not leave evacuation areas until the warning is cleared. We're now looking at live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. Live video of Ishinomaki, Miyagi Prefecture. We can see cars on the bridge. However, a tsunami warning has been issued for Miyagi Prefecture. Do evacuate to higher ground and listen to your local authorities. An official with the meteorological agency is calling on people in the affected areas to stay on the alert for another possible quake.
There is possibility that a quake with the same strength could occur in a week or so. If a quake occurs off the coast again, it could also trigger tsunami.
We have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama port in Fukushima Prefecture shortly before 6 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting before, or rather following, the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The reactor says there are also no reports of irregularities at other nuclear plants or facilities in the area as of 7:55 a.m. And they say there are no changes to the radiation levels at monitoring posts around those facilities. Let's go back to our domestic services. We'll be listening in with simultaneous interpretation.
And more than 10 vessels are taking refuge off the coast. On the slope, I'm reporting from Ishinomaki that many people came for taking the refuge 5 years ago. Nearly 100 people are taking refuge here and looking at the condition of the seas and trying to gather information by radio. One of the men says that he heard the alert on his way to the office, but he's very scared because of the memory of 5 years ago. And this was a live report from the Ishinomaki city. And this is the current condition of the Ishinomaki city. And you can see the Pacific Ocean at the back. And they observed that 80 centimeters of tsunami, and in Sendai port, 1 meter and 40 centimeters. And I would like to give you the updated information. Miyagi, that when there is an alert and advisory is issued as of 9 o'clock, Kesennuma, and more than 20,000 households, and Natori at the coastal area, and about 6,623 people, and also that in Wataricho, more than 7,000 people, and also the Yamamoto Township, and 666 and 1,500 people. And these are the places, Tagajoshi and Ishinomaki, and these are the advisories issued, Shigasama City and Minami Sanriku, the coastal areas that the advisories are issued. And in Miyagi Prefecture, that issued to Sendai coastal area, and more than 1,300 in Iwanuma City, Ifucho, Matsushima, and also Shiogama City, that coastal areas that the alerts are issued. And this is the condition of Kesennuma, the port, and again that the alarm is issued, and Shiogama City, the inland city, that the preparation of the advisory, that the evacuation advisory is issued according to the prefectural government, and there is no report of the damage of the tsunami or earthquake. And so that through that local governments, that they are trying to gather the information. And according to the Tohoku Electric Power Plant in Onagawa, that in the sea level, as of about 80 centimeters of the change of the sea level was observed, and about 70 centimeters of the sea level was observed of the Onagawa nuclear power plant. However, that it is not in the operation, and therefore that no abnormalities are observed. However, the Tohoku Power Company is watching it very, very carefully, they say. And our report from the Fukushima, the broadcasting.
This is Fukushima. On the coastal areas, evacuation order instruction has been issued, and Fukushima Prefecture is calling on people to evacuate to higher grounds. At 6:49, they observed a tidal wave of 60 centimeters, and also in Onahama, it observed 90 centimeters of tidal wave. As of 7 a.m., at least 1,000 people have evacuated to city centers. And the local observatory held a press conference and says that since the tidal waves will return to come repeated times, so never to get close to the coastal areas. In Ishikawa, Shirakawa, Minamisoma, in Kunimimachi, Teien Village, in Tsumisaki, Nakajima, Asakawa Town, Hironomachi, Narahamachi, Futabamachi, and Namiemachi, they all observed an earthquake of the scale of 5. And also in other areas, they observed an earthquake with the scale of 4. According to the local hospital, 2 women who sustained injury have been treated, and a woman in 60 says that she fell, surprised by the earthquake, and she had her arm broken. And also another woman sustained a cut. In Yabuki town, a woman in her 70s hit her head with the furniture. And also in Fukushima, 69-year-old man cut his leg. And the observatory said that calling on people to refrain from approaching to slopes, and also say that people need to be cautious for at least for the next 7 days. This is Hisano Hamamachi in Iwaki City. This is about 300 meters from the Pacific Ocean. And in Fukushima, we are seeing the evacuation instruction. There is not much change in the level of tidal level, but you keep hearing the sirens on and off. And the temple here is the evacuation center, and about 100 people have evacuated here. This Minamimachi ward, all of the people living here have been able to evacuate. In Onahama port at 6:49, they observed a tidal wave of 60 centimeters, and the tidal wave will continue to arrive at the coastal area, so never get close to the beaches. And also here, elementary schools have been turned into evacuation centers, and about 150 people have evacuated. And also there are 200 vehicles evacuated here. And also in other areas, evacuation instruction have been issued. Never get close to the coastal areas.
In Narahamachi and Tomioka City, this is the location of the Fukushima No. 2 nuclear plant, that the reactor 3, that the pump installed on that cooling tank of the spent fuels stopped temporarily. However, that they resumed the operation about 90 minutes later. According to TEPCO, the reactor 3, as of the 6:10, there was the signs of the reduction of the water level, and because of the alarm, that the pump automatically stopped. However, that there are no abnormality of the tanks and the pumps, and therefore that they resumed that as of the 7:47 of the resumed the operation, and 2,455 spent fuels are installed in the cooling water. However, that the cooling condition is as normal right now. And as for the number 2, as of 6:33, that 1 meter of the tsunami reached of the number 2, and also at 6:35 and the tsunami at 34, the tsunami came to number 1 and the height of 1 meter. And so far, that there are no damage to the number 1, number 2, the nuclear plants observed. And number 2 and number 1 nuclear plants at the radiation of the monitoring post are not issuing any abnormal values. This is a train conditions. They are east says that Tohoku, the bullet train that resumed the operation as of the 6:30, temporarily stopped the operation, and the Tohoku line, O line, by its the so-called the bullet train, that there are some the cancellation of the services. This was a live report from the Fukushima Prefecture. As we have reported in Miyagi and Fukushima, that the alerts of the tsunami are issued. Please evacuate in the higher places, and those people who have already evacuated, stay calm and stay in the safe place. And the subsiding of the levee, breakage of the levee may be caused the further damage, so be alert. That was a report from Sendai.
As we have been reporting, there was an earthquake at 5:59, and which counted magnitude 7.4, and tsunami warning has been issued. and they're calling on people to evacuate to higher ground. Now, this is the live footage from above the sky of Sendai. This is taken by the helicopter of the Self-Defense Force above Sendai. This is the live footage from the sky above Sendai. You can see the sea, or maybe this is a river. We can't identify where this is, but this is above the Sendai city. In Miyagi and Fukushima prefectures, still the tsunami warnings are in place. And so the residents here are asked to continue to evacuate. Around Sendai, at Sendai port, shortly past 8 a.m., there was a tidal wave of 1.4 meters. And also Miyagi port, there was a tidal wave of 80 centimeters. And also in Ayukawa and Ishinomaki, a tidal wave of 80 centimeters were observed. In Miyagi prefecture, in various places, tsunami has been observed. And this is the live footage taken from the helicopter of the Self-Defense Force above Sendai. And still, the tsunami warnings are in place. At 5:59, there was an earthquake with the epicenter of the coast of Fukushima. So, tsunami warnings have been issued not only in Fukushima but also in Miyagi at 8:09. And the maximum height of the tidal wave is expected to be 3 meters. So please continue to evacuate. Please evacuate until the tsunami warnings are lifted, and never try to return to your home. In Iwate, Ibaraki, and also Chiba, and also in Izu Islands, the tsunami caution are issued. And the expected maximum level is 1 meter. In Sendai port, it observed a tsunami wave of 1.4 meters, 1.4 meters. And also in Soma port, they observed a tidal wave of 90 centimeters. In Kuji port, 80 centimeters. In Onahama port, 60 centimeters of tidal waves were observed. And depending on places, even higher tidal waves could arrive. So please stay away from the coastal areas and try to evacuate to higher grounds. And due to this earthquake, a very strong jolt was observed in Iwaki, Minami-Soma, Hironomachi, Naraha, Futaba, Namie, in 14 municipalities, and also Takahagi in Ibaraki Prefecture and Otawara in Tochigi Prefecture. According to observatory, the epicenter is off the coast of Fukushima, and the scale is magnitude 7.4. So tsunami warnings are still in place in Fukushima and Miyagi. Now we go to Miyagi, Fukushima, and Ibaraki. This is Samamachi, and this is 300 meters from Pacific Ocean. This is a higher ground, and still the tsunami warning is in place. You cannot see any change in the tidal level, but sirens are still in place and calling on people to evacuate. The temple here is the evacuation center, and you can see about 100 vehicles evacuated here, and all the residents here have been able to evacuate. In Onahama at 6:49, it observed a tidal wave of 60 centimeters. The tidal wave will continue to approach the beach continuously, never get close to the coastal areas. And for the evacuation, the elementary schools, junior high schools, and the welfare centers have turned into evacuation centers. 150 people have evacuated here. And also in beach center, there are about 200 vehicles parked. And also in Naraha, Minami-Soma, evacuation instruction has been issued. This was a live report from Iwaki.
I'm reporting live from Ishinomaki of the Miyagi Prefecture that the alarm is issued here that I'm standing at the slope of the mountain, that there is a good command of the sea. And 80 centimeters of the tsunami was reported as of 8:11. And there is instruction of the evacuation to the coastal area. And at the Sendai port at 8:03, the 1 meter and 40 centimeters tsunami was observed. And the local government has been sending out the alarms for the people to move away from the coast. At the back of myself, that there are several boats are taking refuge. 5 years ago, that many people came here for that taking the refuge. As you can see, more than 100 people came here this morning and observed the sea with the uneasy expression on their face. And one of the men says that he heard the alarm during his while he was going to the office, and because of the memories 5 years ago, he said that he was very scared. And this was a live report from Ishinomaki City of Miyagi Prefecture. That 80 centimeters of that tsunami was observed at 7:08 in Oarai port. And I'm standing at the local middle school, that we can see no changes, significant change of the sea level. On the coast level, that the fire engines are sending out the alarms for people to move away from the coast. And the firefighters also are in the protective gears. And the people are giving the priority of the refuge. And around 10:30, there is going to be the full tide. And after 9 o'clock, and some of the boats are coming back from the off seas for taking the refuge in the port. And the marine police, the Coast Guard is also the guarding the ships, and also the residents close to the coast. Meteorological agency met the reporters shortly before, and those people who are the alarm was issued, the damage are suspected, and those people who are near the coast and rivers, if you are not taken the refuge, that escape immediately to the higher places and also the high-rise buildings. And the tsunami comes in the several waves, and therefore that please stay safe and stay in the safe place until that warning is lifted. And those places when the alarms is supplied, that the coastal areas and close to the rivers are extremely dangerous. So that come out of the sea if you are inside of the sea, and also that evacuate from the coast area. Once again, that please refrain from going inside or near to the sea until that the alarm is lifted. And the similar size of the earthquake may take place into the future, and from days and the weeks to come. And so that this is a Twitter image of the tsunami going up the river. According to the man who shot this footing, and this is the local river of the Iwaki City. Shortly before 7 o'clock, as you can see, the tide is going slowly up upstream. And he says that the shooter said that he evacuated immediately. He was very scared because this was the first time he saw that the sea level is rising and going up to the upstream. This is the tsunami going up the river, and one of the viewers shot this image. And here in the studio with us is Mr. Nakamoto of the social department. Well, please look at the phenomena and how do you unravel this? This was observed in Miyagi and Fukushima, and in some other areas as well. And when the tsunami happens and comes close to the sea, and they comes into estuary and go up the upstream, which is a common phenomena, and this is one of the examples. As you can see, this is a very, very dangerous situation and scary situation. Not only estuary, and if the tidal wave goes up, and there may be the inundation takes place, flooding takes place, and the river goes up into the inland area naturally, and therefore if the inundation takes place, that may cause the damage to inland area. So please refrain from that going near to the rivers, not only the coast.
So How do you see the evacuation tsunami warning so far? Yes, so far, tidal wave of around 1 meter have been observed, but there is no longer information that the tide level is going up. So probably the tide wave is now stable, and this is Onahama port right now. But as you can see in the entrance area, you can see some waves. So I think the tidal wave or tsunami is continuing. So never be complacent and stay alert until the evacuation warning is lifted. So stay on the higher grounds. And also in Ishinomaki City, there was a live footage of the evacuation center, and there was a footage that many people remained on the higher grounds to watch the sea. So that is what they should be doing. Don't return to your homes and remain on the higher grounds. Yes, many people learned lesson from the tsunami and earthquake 5 years ago. Yes, so far there is no report of any major damages caused by this earthquake or tsunami. So yes, people have learned lesson from the earthquake 5 years ago. Now this earthquake, the scale was magnitude 7.4, and what does this indicate? Well, the epicenter is off the coast of Fukushima. So there's a land plate and Pacific plate. It's where the both plates collide with each other. And just as the meteorological agency said, there is a fault. The upper part, it's a normal fault, which the upper part goes down. So it moves vertically, goes up and down. So by having this fault go down, the sea surface changes, so it is prone to earthquake. And the size or scale was magnitude 7.4, which is relatively big. And also the depth was 20 kilometers, so it was relatively shallow, which could also induce the tidal waves. So once again, the tsunami warnings are still in place, and what should we be careful about in Fukushima, Miyagi, in the coastal areas? It's very possible that the tidal waves will continue to arrive. So I hope that residents will remain evacuated, and the size is said to be 1 meter. And in that case, if you are near the sea or if you are inside the sea, you will not be able to stand and you will just be washed away. And also small boats could be capsized. So it is important that people stay away from the sea. There is new information now. In Miyagi and Fukushima, tsunami warnings have been lifted and they have been changed to tsunami caution. Tsunami advisory. Tsunami warnings have been lifted and they have been changed to tsunami advisory. And also in Aomori, the Pacific side, the Kujukuri of Chiba, Uchibo of Chiba, and Izu Islands, the tsunami advisories have been lifted. Once again, tsunami warnings in Fukushima and Miyagi have been downgraded to tsunami advisory, but still remain alert on tsunami. So please continue to stay away from the sea, and also in areas where they have evacuation orders or instructions in place, please continue to evacuate. So in Fukushima and Miyagi, where the tsunami warnings were in place, they have been downgraded to tsunami advisories. And other places where they had tsunami advisories, the advisories had been lifted.
Iwate and Miyagi Prefecture and Fukushima Prefecture and Ibaragi Prefecture that the alarm was downgraded to advisory. And the magnitude 7.4, the earthquake caused the tsunami. However, that the local government downgraded the alarm or alert, or that the warning of the tsunami was downgraded to the advisory. In Aomori and Chiba, the coastal area, and Izu, that the advisory was lifted. And the meteorological agency continues in Ibaragi and Miyagi and Fukushima, Ibaragi, the coastal area, they still remain that issuing that advisory and strongly encouraging the people to refrain going near the coast or the river areas. Because of the earthquake of the magnitude 7.4, that tsunami alert was issued. However, as of that 9:46, that meteorological agency downgraded the alarm to the advisory. And in Izu and the other areas, the advisories were lifted. Ibaragi and Fukushima, and also the Ibaragi coastal area and Fukushima, still that advisory is issued, and so that the agency is encouraging the local people to not go near to the coast. And still the full tide is coming shortly, and therefore that but people are encouraged to remain alert. What you see that we saw that the alert was downgraded to advisory. What does this mean? Oh yes, advisory was also lifted. So that means, that gathering the data, well, there is no increase of the tsunami, and therefore that the meteorological agency lifted the advisories, downgraded the alert. The lifting of the advisory, as soon as the safety is secured, that evacuees can go home after lifting of that the advisory and the safety is confirmed. But please follow the instruction of the local governments, because some areas are still the alerts and also advisories are applied. So listen to the local government's instructions very carefully. And also that inside of the seas, never go inside of the seas or go near the coast, because as long as the advisory is issued. So once again, that please wait until the confirmation of the safety of the local government. As we have mentioned, that the magnitude 7.4, the earthquake jolted the Fukushima, off the coast, the epicenter is off the coast. The alert was issued against the tsunami. However, it was downgraded several minutes ago to the advisory. However, that the coastal areas, some areas, the advisories are still issued, and the local people are encouraged not to go near that coast. The magnitude 7.4, the strong earthquake as of the 5:59, the jolted the area of the Iwate and the Fukushima, and the earthquake that caused the alarm alert of the tsunami of the Fukushima, and also that the coastal area, the northeastern Japan, in Sandai port, that 1 meter and 40 centimeters of the tsunami was reported. In Soma port, as of the 90 centimeters, and Iwate, Fuji, 80 centimeters, and Iwaki, Onagama, that shortly before 7, that 60 centimeters the tsunami was reported afterwards, and 9:46 Fukushima and Miyagi's the alerts were downgraded to advisory by the meteorological agency. Aomori, Chiba, and Izu, that coastal area that are now that free of the advisory. However, that Iwate, Ibaragi, and Minamisoma, and Hironomachi, Narahamachi, and Futabamachi, and Namiemachi, the 14 cities felt, and Takahagi City and Otawarashi, that the lower 5, the jolt was reported. Okumamachi, Fukushima Prefecture, that the lower 5 was observed. But there is no information of the jolting of the intensity from the Chugoku to Hokkaido, that the lower 4 to 5 or the intensity was observed. According to a meteorological agency, the epicenters off the coast of the Fukushima, that focus is 25 kilometers underground, and the magnitude is 7.4. That stay alert of the possible aftershocks. And the people sustained injury, according to Fukushima Prefecture, as of 7 o'clock. There are several people injured because of the cuts of the shards. And according to in Yabuki and Omachi, that the women in the 70s are hit in the head of the falling cupboard, and she was carried to the hospital, but no life-threatening injuries. And in Fukushima City, of the lower floor of the intensity, in the apartment complex, the man in the 60s, that he was holding onto the furnitures. However, that he was cut by the shards of the glass of the cut, his knees very slightly. And according to the firefighters of Sendai in the Izumi district, that the woman of 65 years old fell from the staircase and slightly injured her leg. And according to the Matsudo City, that the woman of 78 years ago, that she fell from the bed and hit her right shoulder, and the shoulder was dislodged, and the joint was dislodged, and she was carried to the hospital. And there are many the advisories issued in Tohoku area. This is the press report of the Chief Cabinet Secretary.
I have two. First of all, at around 5:59 a.m., there was an earthquake with the epicenter off the coast of Fukushima, and tsunami alert or warnings have been issued in Miyagi and Fukushima. But just recently, the warnings have been lifted, and also they have been downgraded to advisory. At Sendai port, it was observed, a tidal wave of 1.4 meters was observed, and from Iwate and to Izu Islands, the tidal waves were observed. Residents who are in the areas where the tidal waves alert are in or advisory in place, please continue to evacuate. And also about the Fukushima Daini, the coolant is already in function. They have resumed the cooling function. And the government will continue to grasp how many people have sustained injury and will work closely with the local municipalities and will make efforts. And so the residents in the areas of the tsunami advisory, please continue to evacuate, and please always listen to the latest information. Please keep updated through radio and other means. That is all from me. I am Takashi from NHK. Now about the earthquake. It seems that some people have sustained injury because of the earthquake, but do you know if anyone has sustained injury because of tsunami? Well, so far, we have not had any information. And also, the people who have sustained injury, they are nothing critical. As of right now, is there any local municipalities which you cannot get in contact with? No, there is none. Still, Takashi of NHK, have you had any instruction from Prime Minister? Well, yes. Prime Minister first gave us 3 instructions, and also he directly called me to take adequate measures. And so based on those instructions, we are taking measures. And so far, no other instruction. I'm Yanagisawa of Nippon Television. Is there a possibility that we could see another same level of the earthquake or tsunami? Well, it's hard to say exactly. But now the alert or warnings have been downgraded to advisory. So, well, this is the judgment of the meteorological agency. And also, I believe that Meteorological Agency has stated what they know right now. Now, about the coolant in the Fukushima Daini, what do you think of the danger of the nuclear power plants? Now, regarding the cause of this spent fuel pools, well, we hear that the surface of the pool trembled because of the earthquake, and that led to the cooling function to stop. So in that sense, about the safety measures against the earthquake, well, we believe that Japan's nuclear power plants have the most strict regulations in the world, and we always think of the worst case scenario, and also we have confirmed the safety through individual inspections. So anyway, the safety is the utmost priority.
Yoshihide Suga, Japan's chief cabinet secretary there. We've been listening to NHK's domestic services with simultaneous interpretation. You're watching NHK Newsline. It is Tuesday, 10 a.m. in Japan. As we've been reporting, the tsunami warning for Japan's northeast and eastern coastal areas has been downgraded to an advisory. We are now currently looking at a video. We're now currently looking at live video of the coastline. It's a live video of Sendai in Miyagi Prefecture it is a live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture there. Live video of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture. A series of tsunami reached the coast after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency says waves up to 1.4 meters hit the coast. It's the area that was devastated by the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. Anyone in an advisory area should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. Many people living along the coast had to evacuate to higher ground following the tsunami warnings. This is along the coastal area of Fukushima on Tuesday morning.
I felt strong shaking, but it was weaker than the earthquake in 2011. I thought something terrible might happen, so I tried to escape to higher ground right away.
Large furniture didn't fall over, but books and things did. I wasn't seriously hurt, but as I was evacuating, I pulled a muscle in my lower back.
An official with the meteorological agency is calling on people in the affected areas to stay on the alert for another possible quake.
There's possibility that a quake with the same strength could occur in a week or so. If a quake occurs off the coast again, it could also trigger tsunami.
We have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at 3 locations: Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa, Ishinomaki, and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji Port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama port in Fukushima Prefecture shortly before 7 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. Now, some local residents witnessed tsunami waves flowing upstream in the Tohoku region. A video posted to Twitter by a man shows a river in Iwaki City, Fukushima Prefecture, slowly flowing upstream due to the influence of tsunami waves. The man said he took the video from a bridge over the Bindagawa River just before 7 a.m. on Tuesday. He said he felt it was dangerous to remain there and quickly escaped from the riverside. The man said he felt scared as he witnessed such a scene for the first time. Another video uploaded by a local woman to YouTube shows tsunami waves moving upstream in. Now, the Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting following the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The regulator says as of 7:55 a.m., there are also no reports of irregularities at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant, which was crippled by the 2011 quake and tsunami, nor at any other nuclear plant or facility in the area. And they say there are no changes to radiation levels at monitoring posts in the area. We'll, of course, continue to keep an eye on the situation in and around northeastern Japan and bring you updates as details come in. Let's now go to our Ai Uchida from our business desk.
All right, Catherine, thank you very much for that. Now, the earthquake hit in the early morning as people were getting ready to start the day. And one business that we are hearing from is Nissan Motors. The company has a factory in the city of Iwaki in Fukushima Prefecture. And officials there have decided to suspend the plant's operations until further notice. They say that people who are already at the factory are safe and are accounted for, and that they're going to check to make sure things are running properly when they can. Now, as for Tokyo, things shook here too, but not enough to cause major disruptions, and that includes markets. They are operating as normal. We did see a reaction in currencies. The dollar weakened against the yen immediately after the quake. The Japanese currency is considered a safe haven asset in times of risk. The pair dropped from the lower 111 yen level to right now mid 110 yen level, as you can see. Share prices in Tokyo, they opened lower, and they are fluctuating in a very narrow range so far this morning. The Nikkei 225 now trading slightly lower, down less than 0.1%, still trading above 18,000 though this morning. The market impact from the jolts do appear to be limited. Shares of Tokyo Electric Power, the operator of the Fukushima nuclear power plant, are lower. And let's also see what is happening with other markets open now in the Asia Pacific region. Australia trading higher, up by more than 1%, and we're seeing gains on Seoul's Kospi as well. That's trading higher this morning. Let's see if we can get Seoul's Kospi up on the screen for you. That's up by 0.2%. China markets will open in just under half an hour. Now on to other headlines in business. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump has confirmed that Washington will leave a major free trade deal once he takes office.
On trade, I am going to issue our notification of intent to withdraw from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a potential disaster for our country. Instead, we will negotiate fair bilateral trade deals that bring jobs and industry back onto American shores.
The website of Trump's transition team says leaving the TPP is a priority issue to be tackled in the first 100 days of his presidency. During the campaign, he promised that on his first day in office, he would announce the U.S. withdrawal from the Free Trade Pact. Taiwan's third largest airline has suspended all domestic and international flights scheduled for Tuesday. Officials didn't say why. People at TransAsia Airways announced the move on Monday night. They said they'll provide details on Tuesday following a board meeting. TransAsia Airways serves cities in Taiwan and mainland China. It also operates routes to Japan. Company officials say customers who had bookings for Tuesday will be reimbursed. Aviation authorities in Taiwan say the suspension could affect about 5,000 passengers. Facebook executives are stepping up efforts to identify misinformation on their social networking site. This follows claims that false news posted on the world's largest site might have affected the outcome of the recent U.S. presidential election. Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg says Facebook takes misinformation seriously. He made the comment in a post on his own Facebook page. He said the firm aims to improve the mechanism for detecting false news. The firm also plans to enlist the help of more third-party fact-checking organizations and add warnings to articles that are likely to be false. Facebook automatically displays news that users may find interesting. That's based on their preferences and the articles they have read recently. Some media outlets and experts have pointed out that the news included false information that might have swayed the election to Donald Trump's advantage. A research company says 44% of adults in the U.S. rely on Facebook for news stories. Analysts predict more calls for Facebook to take responsibility for its news contents in line with what other news media do. Well, wine and sake, they are taxed at different rates in Japan. Officials at the Japanese Finance Ministry have decided it is time to change that. Similar production methods for the two beverages put them in the same category for taxation purposes. Ministry officials say wine and sake will be taxed at 35 yen or about 30 cents per 350 milliliters. The new rate will be phased in from next year through to 2030. That means a tax cut of about 17% for sake, but a 25% increase for wine. Officials have also decided to unify the tax rate for beer, a beer-like drink, and a malt-free beverage that tastes like beer. All three will be taxed at 50 cents per 350 milliliters. That plan is to phase in the new rate from 2017 through to October 2026. That means a tax cut for beer, but an increase for low-malt drinks. That's the latest in business for this hour. It's back to Catherine now.
All right, thanks very much, Ai. As we've been reporting, a magnitude 7.4 earthquake hit off the coastline of Fukushima in northeastern Japan. Tsunami warnings that were issued have been downgraded to tsunami advisories. However, residents are in evacuation areas, many outdoors. Let's go to our meteorologist Robert Speta for the latest in world weather.
Yes, definitely a very chilly morning out there across much of northern Japan. And this was definitely very important for people that had to rush out of their homes very quickly, especially elderly, vulnerable to the cold. Temperatures across much of the Tohoku region this morning dipping down to near the freezing point, well into the single digits. Now, as we look ahead, things are going to continue to gradually warm up today, but still chilling off even as we go ahead through Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Plus, we had some drizzle reported up and down the coastal areas of Honshu here, mainly a result of these low pressure areas just back there towards the east. And the big thing is that the good news, we didn't see this weather system that we're expecting here by Wednesday and Thursday overhead here, at least this morning, because as we look ahead, we actually have a lot colder air coming in. We have even some of that CFX snowfall in the forecast. Take a look at least for the next 24 hours, though. It does look like a Fukushima prefecture here. Temperatures getting up to about 15 to 16 here today as we go ahead into the early afternoon before things really cool off, heading into the overnight hours, dipping down to the freezing point out there, but it will continue to get colder, as I mentioned. High pressure back towards the northwest, continuing to dominate much of northeastern China. Some areas across Mongolia actually dipping down well into about minus 30 to minus 40 degrees Celsius. You're not going to see any of that and over towards Japan at all, but it is going to be colder. So anybody in temporary evacuation shelters, as we look ahead over the next 24 hours, it's going to continue to cool off. Hopefully everybody is staying inside and staying warm with this as we go ahead over the mid part of your week. Take a look at the forecast, actually. Seoul with a high 5, Beijing at 0, Ulaanbaatar minus 16 for your high. All that cold air continues to flow south. And one thing I do want to note is that we're actually expecting below average temperatures across most of Japan, combined with a low pressure area that will be developing by Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And there is the potential for even some snowfall in the Tokyo area. Yes, by Wednesday night, early Thursday morning, a little bit of a rain-snow mix in the expected outlook here. Same thing goes for Sendai and Fukushima, of course, definitely seeing that snowfall there by Thursday, just with that cooler air and that moisture really mixing things up. So just definitely bundle up out here. If you have any travel plans, one thing I have noticed, though, flights in and out of Japan throughout the day, air traffic pretty much normal at this time. So if you are heading over towards the U.S., though, we have been seeing some delays, especially in the northeastern U.S. Widespread lake effect snowfall out there. Been pretty heavy, especially in upstate New York through New England. Back towards the west, we have another storm starting to develop. That's going to continue to pull off towards the east and really trigger up even that threat of some strong thunderstorms across parts of the central plains, and then another round of snowfall. I know you've really been seeing it there in the northern plains. Take a look at the temperatures, though. Los Angeles 21, some rain actually tapering off. Denver at 8, snow there in your forecast. In Oklahoma City 22 expected there for you on Tuesday. All right, that's a look at your world weather.
Thanks very much, Robert. Our meteorologist, Robert Speta there. As we've been reporting, the tsunami warning for Japan's northeast and eastern coastal areas has been downgraded to an advisory. A series of tsunami reached the coast after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency says waves up to 1.4 meters hit the coast. It's the area that was devastated by the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. Anyone in an advisory area should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. Now, emergency response officials say at least 6 people have suffered minor injuries. A woman in Fukushima Prefecture was hit by a falling cupboard. Another woman in Miyagi Prefecture sprained her ankle while evacuating. Many flights to and from Sendai International Airport have been canceled. Transport Ministry officials say no damage has been reported on runways, but airline companies suspended their operations because of the tsunami warning. There's no word yet on when they'll resume. Now, many people living along the coast had to evacuate to higher ground following the tsunami warnings. This is along the coastal area of Fukushima on Tuesday morning.
I felt strong shaking, but it was weaker than the earthquake in 2011. I thought something terrible might happen, so I tried to escape to higher ground right away.
Large furniture didn't fall over, but books and things did. I wasn't seriously hurt, but as I was evacuating, I pulled a muscle in my lower back.
Towns along the coast are setting up evacuation centers. In Minami-Soma, Fukushima Prefecture, a local community center has been designated as a shelter. About 70 people are currently using the facility, mostly local residents and builders who were working near the shoreline. An official with the meteorological agency is calling on people in the affected areas to stay on the alert for another possible quake.
There's possibility that a quake with the same strength could occur in a week or so. If a quake occurs off the coast again, it could also trigger tsunami.
We have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at 3 locations: Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa, Ishinomaki, and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji Port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama port in Fukushima Prefecture shortly before 7 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. Now, some local residents witnessed tsunami waves flowing upstream in the Tohoku region. A video posted to Twitter by a man shows a river in Iwaki City, Fukushima Prefecture, slowly flowing upstream due to the influence of tsunami waves. The man said he took the video from a bridge over the Bindagawa River just before 7 a.m. on Tuesday. He said he felt it was dangerous to remain there and quickly escaped from the riverside. The man said he felt scared as he witnessed such a scene for the first time. Another video uploaded by a local woman to YouTube shows tsunami waves moving upstream in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. The woman took it at about 8 a.m. from her condominium. The video shows powerful waves splashing as they flow upstream. The woman said numerous large waves moved upstream, and she was very scared by the power of the water. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting following the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The regulator says as of 7:55 a.m., there are also no reports of irregularities at the Fukushima Dai-1 plant, which was crippled by the 2011 quake and tsunami, nor at any other nuclear plant or facility in the area. And they say there are no changes to radiation levels at monitoring posts in the area. All right, let's go to our domestic services once again. For more information, we will be having simultaneous interpretation.
Japanese Meteorological Agency at 7:26 this morning have issued a tsunami warning for Chiba and Ibaraki. Japanese Meteorological Agency had a press conference from shortly after 8 a.m. The earthquake was observed at 5:59 when the earthquake occurred, with a magnitude of 7.4, which had been upgraded from 7.3, which was issued immediately after the earthquake. Japan Meteorological Agency asserts that the magnitude was upgraded from 7.4 to 7.4 from 7.3. Koji Nakamura of JMA says that the tsunami advisory had been upgraded to tsunami warning for Miyagi Prefecture at 9 minutes past 8 a.m. and urged people to evacuate at earliest time possible. He also warned for the repeated tsunami waves arriving on the shore. Ishinomaki City, Miyagi Prefecture, residents evacuated to higher lands, looking onto the sea surface. Due to the earthquake this morning, Fukushima Dai-2 reactor number 3 have had its spent fuel pool cooling pump have been installed. 90 minutes or so afterwards, the operation of the cooling pump has been resumed. Both at Fukushima Dai-1 and Fukushima Dai-2, a tsunami of 1 meter high have arrived at 6:36 a.m. Other than that, no abnormalities have been reported, including the value of the radioactivity at the monitoring post at these sites. Transportation have been influenced by the earthquake as well. Shortly before 9 a.m., Sendai Port has had a tsunami of 1 meter 40 centimeters high. Soma Port of Fukushima had a tsunami of about 90 centimeters at 6 minutes past 7 a.m. At 9:46, Japan Meteorological Agency have downgraded tsunami warning to tsunami advisory for Fukushima and Miyagi. Aomori, Chiba, and Izu Island chains tsunami advisory have been lifted. JMA still issue tsunami advisory in Iwate, Miyagi, Fukushima, and Ibaraki, and urging people to stay away from the coastline in these areas. Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshihide Suga stated as follows. On the part of the Japanese government, We will continue collecting needed information, working closely together with the local municipalities. We will take every measures to respond to the emergency situations. Live report from Sendai and Fukushima. First from Sendai on the updates of Miyagi situation. Live report from Ishinomaki City. Ishinomaki is now under tsunami advisory. I am reporting from a spot about 1 kilometer away from the shoreline. Approximately 50 people have evacuated to this spot. Within Ishinomaki City, emergency radio warning have been issued. We can also see the mouth of a river flowing into the ocean. Ishinomaki port has had a tsunami of 80 centimeters this morning, and there is also an evacuation order in these areas as well. A man in the 30s stated that today's construction work had been canceled without no resumption of the construction work in sight. Reporting from Ishinomaki City.
In Miyagi Prefecture, evacuation instructions and orders are still in place. So far, in the entire area of Kesenuma, Natori City, and Higashimatsushima coastal areas, Shichigahama, Watari-cho, Yamamoto-cho, and also, as you can see on the screen, in the entire area of Tagajo City, have the evacuation orders in place, and also in other places. And in Miyagi, evacuation instruction has been issued in local areas, in the coastal areas of Rifcho, Onagawa-cho, Matsushima, and others. And also the inland area of Shiogama, evacuation preparation order is in place. And also the damages in Miyagi, according to the fire station in Sendai, due to earthquake at around 6 a.m., a 65-year-old woman fell from staircase and sustained light injury in her legs and was taken to hospital. And according to Miyagi, so far, there is no reports of damages to buildings due to tsunami. But right now, they are confirming. Now, next we go to Fukushima. Due to the earthquake in the coastal areas, a tsunami warning was issued, but now at 9:46 it's downgraded to a tsunami advisory. And still the local municipalities are calling on people to evacuate to higher grounds. At Onahama port, there was a tidal wave, and also at Soma port, a 90 centimeters high tidal wave was observed. And in wide area of Hamadori and Nakadori, earthquake of magnitude 5 was observed, and magnitude of 4 was observed in other areas. And a 60-year-old woman in Soma City fell because of the shock from the earthquake, and she broke her arm. And the observatory are calling on people to stay away from slopes or cliffs, and also remain on alert for the next 7 days for magnitude earthquake of the scale of magnitude 5. And also in the Fukushima Daini nuclear power plant, the reactor number 3 cooling function suspended for a while, but after the checkup it was found that there was no anomaly. And in the cooling pool there are spent fuel rods, but right now the cooling function is in place. And also in the Fukushima Daini, a tidal wave of about 1 meter high arrived, and so did to the Fukushima Daiichi power plant. And so far, there are no damages confirmed due to this tsunami wave to the Fukushima Daiichi. And the monitoring post so far has not detected any anomaly. This was live from Fukushima. In Tohoku area, the coastal areas, now it's the high tide, and so people living in the coastal areas, please stay away from the sea. This was a live report from Sendai.
As has been reported, the earthquake of magnitude 7.4 in Fukushima has caused the issuance of tsunami warning, which was later downgraded to tsunami advisory, which is still in place for Miyagi, Fukushima, and parts of Ibaraki. Please stay away from the coastline in these areas. At 5:59 this morning, an earthquake of magnitude 7.4 off the coast of Fukushima has caused a tremor of 5- in Fukushima and parts of Ibaraki. This earthquake has led to the issuance of the tsunami warning by JMA, which was later downgraded to Sendai Port at 8:03. A tsunami of 140 centimeters have been recorded, and Fukushima 90 centimeters of tsunami. Ishinomaki at 8:51, there has been a tsunami of 81 centimeters. In Miyagi Police Department has had the visual as we show it. Taganogawa River, or Tsunaoshigawa River, has had the reverse river flow as shown in this footage. This is the visual captured by the helicopter of Miyagi Police Department. Tsunaoshigawa River in Tagajo City, Miyagi, have had a reverse river flow as shown in this footage. This is another footage that shows the abnormal direction of the river flow at around 4 a.m. in Tagajo City, Miyagi. This is a user-generated content. In Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture, there has been a reverse river flow recorded. This is the footage captured by the helicopter flown by Miyagi Police. Tsunaoshigawa River in Tagajo City has had a reverse river flow. This is a visual captured shortly before 9 a.m. that captured the reverse river flow of Tsunaoshigawa River in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. Tsunaoshigawa River, at around 8:50 this morning, has had a reverse river flow, as shown in this footage. This is the visual captured by Miyagi Police Department. Live footage from the helicopter over Miyagi Prefecture. Flying over the Sendai Port, Miyagi Prefecture. As the helicopter arrived, we observed no major damages to the port facilities of Sendai Port. Zooming back a little bit, you can see white crest of the waves. This is the coastline facing the outer sea. At the time of 3/11/2011, this area had been inundated. Zooming in, white crests of waves can be seen, but it is not clear this is being caused by the tsunami. Breakwater wall is darker in color, suggesting that it is now wet. What is the local residents doing? Are they evacuating from the area? In the vicinity, I do not see any signs of people walking around. Panning along the coastline, and you can see some people looking down on the sea from a higher land. Will you zoom in to the parking lot? This parking lot is located on an elevated land. Some people are looking outward, observing the condition of the ocean, but there are no people on the beach. It seems that the parking lot is not that far away off the coast. Please do not attempt to get closer to the coastline.
Next, we go to Fukushima, Miyagi, and Ibaraki. This is Iwaki in Fukushima Prefecture. This is about 300 meters from the Pacific Ocean, and I am in a temple which has turned into evacuation center. This place observed about 60 centimeters high tidal wave, and so far there is no major change in the tidal level, but you can see about 11 vessels off the coast. And the tsunami warning has been downgraded to tsunami advisory. And also the roads are open to traffic now, and the number of the cars passing by is increasing. But still, the municipality is using the local radio to call on people to take alert. This is Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture, where the tsunami advisory is still in place. This place is about 1 kilometer from the Pacific Ocean, and there are still a number of people here. And I arrived here about 2 hours ago, and at that time, many people evacuated to elementary school or junior high school nearby. And you can see the estuary of the Kitagami River. 80 centimeters high tidal wave was observed here earlier, and still the evacuation instruction is in place. A man in his 30s says that because his working place is in the area which was inundated due to the earthquake 5 years ago, today he will not go to work but just stay home. This is Ofunato Bay in Iwate Prefecture. I am reporting right now from the higher ground, which I can see the entire bay. Starting from an hour ago, the ships that evacuated off the coast are now returning to the port. This place also observed a tidal wave of about 40 centimeters high, but so far it doesn't seem that the tide level has changed in any major way. Rather, the sea surface seems to be very calm. However, the roads connecting to the bay area has been closed. This was a live report from Ofunato in Iwate Prefecture. At 5:59 this morning, there was an earthquake with the epicenter of the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. The earthquake of the intensity of 5 minor were observed in Iwaki, Shirakawa City, Sugakawa, Minami Soma, Naraha, Futaba, Namie Town, Tenei Village, Isumisaki-mura, Nakashima Village, Takahagi, Ibaraki, and Otawara in Tochigi prefectures, and also in Okuma in Fukushima. It seems that they have observed the earthquake of intensity of 5, but that report has not been reported yet. And also in other areas, they observed an earthquake of intensity of 1 to 4. The epicenter is off the coast of Fukushima, and the depth is 25 kilometers, and the scale is magnitude white splashes going upstream. And some people have sustained injury. According to reports from fire stations, as of 10:20 right now, 3 people in Fukushima, 1 in Miyagi, and 1 in Chiba. In total of 5 people have sustained injury. And in Fukushima City, a man in his 60s cut his leg with the glasses. And also a woman in her 70s hit her head with a fallen furniture. And Iwaki in Fukushima, 63-year-old woman fell off from the bed and sustained injury in her shoulder. All of them not critical. And in Miyagi Prefecture, a 65-year-old woman tried to evacuate, but she sprained her ankle. Also in Matsudo City, a 78-year-old woman fell off from a bed and sprained her shoulder.
Evacuation orders and advisories have been issued in many areas. 40 municipalities in Tohoku regions have issued either an evacuation order or advisory. In Kanto area, some municipalities in Ibaraki has issued evacuation orders and advisories. In Ibaraki, there had been an evacuation of employees from a nearby fishing industry. This woman says that she really cannot drop her guard down, and I'm praying for the minimal damages. This woman says that she is worried even if the tsunami is smaller in scale because she lives close to the coastline. Updates on the earthquake information. At around 10:38 this morning, there has been another earthquake of Japanese intensity of 3 on a Japanese scale of 0 to 7. At around 10:38, an earthquake of intensity 3 had been registered in the central area of Miyagi and coastal area of Fukushima prefectures. For the next 7 days, please be guarded against the possible earthquakes of up to 5 intensity scale 5. This is an update of earthquake information. Information on nuclear power stations. Reactor number 3 of Fukushima Daini has had the stalled operation of cooling pumps for spent fuel pool. 90 minutes afterwards, the operation of the cooling pump had been resumed. TEPCO says that the stoppage of the pump was caused by the shaken water in the pool that has been registered as the decline of water level. TEPCO says that 10 minutes after the earthquake at around 6:10, the spent fuel pool has been warned of the declining water level, thereby stopping the operation of the pump of the cooling water. Later, TEPCO examined that the leakage of the spent fuel pool water has not been observed. At 7:47, they restarted the operation of the cooling pump. This is the press conference of TEPCO. Shaking water in the spent fuel pool has been registered as the decline of the water level, thereby stopping the water pump. It was an automatic stoppage at 10 minutes past 6 a.m. Afterwards, at 7:47, after the re-examination of the situation, we have resumed the operation of the cooling pump for the spent fuel pool. At the time of the resumption, the water temperature was 29.5 degrees, which was higher by 1 degree or so from 28.7. However, there is still a large margin of temperature, of which the maximum level is at 65 degrees centigrade. One of the monitors for the radioactive dust at Fukushima Daiichi had been stopped. However, that had been resumed as well. At 6:31, Fukushima Daini, and at 6:38 at Fukushima Daiichi, tsunami of about 1 meter high have been registered. Other than those tsunami, there has not been any other abnormalities at both Fukushima Daiichi and Daini, including the level of radioactivity in these sites. We now go to the live footage over the Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. This is the river in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. Zooming in to the surface of the river, you can see slight waves on the surface of the river. And in fact, the wave is moving in a reverse manner. This is the river in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. At this time, as we report, the river is still experiencing the reverse river flow. Left-hand side of the footage is the upstream, and the water is flowing from right to left, from downstream to upstream. There is not any major waves anymore, but we still see some rippling of the surface. River in Tagajo City has had this reverse river flow. This is a live footage of Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. The river is still having some waves, reverse flow. Please stay away from the coastline so long as the tsunami advisory is in place. Live report from Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture.
As we have been reported, that the magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of the Fukushima prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59. The alert, however, was downgraded to the advisory. The meteorological agency earlier said that the quake was magnitude of 7.4. There are reports of the minor injuries. According to a meteorologist MJA, that at 5:59 a.m., that the magnitude 7.4 earthquake in the Miyagi and Fukushima coast, that first the alert was issued, and Chiba and Izu, that the advisory was first originally issued. And then the alerts were later on downgraded. At the Sendai port at 8:03, 140 centimeters of the tsunami was reported in Soma port as of the 7:06 and 90 centimeters, and Kuji port at 7:54, the 80 centimeters, and Onahama port as of the 6:49, the 60 centimeters of the tsunami was observed. And afterwards, that the JMA, that at 9:46, that they downgraded the alert to the advisory, Aomori and Izu, and tsunami advisories were lifted. But in Iwate and Fukushima, Ibaragi, and on the coastal area, the advisories still kept in these areas, and with the assumed height of the tsunami of 100 centimeters. The JMA still says that the people should refrain from going near to the coast and the river banks. That we have the meteorological, the weather report, especially the northeastern areas. It's going to be cool this evening, and for that the stronger jolt, the stronger jolts. Please look at the weather forecast, and it's going to be fine in many parts, and also that there is going to be the warm day, and in Sendai that mercury goes up to 17 or Funada 17, so it will be a warm day during the day, and warm and comfortable, relatively speaking. However, during the night, that the temperature drops very significantly. This is called air mass, and this is called air mass causes snow. of the plain areas. And in the course of the time that at night, and please look at this, that there is going to be a south movement of the cold air mass, and so that please prepare for the plummeting temperature. This is the day's maximum, which will be warmer than yesterday in many areas. In the eastern Japan to the western areas, that the Kanto, that's 20 or more. But during the night, this is the estimated temperature. It goes down significantly cooler, and the sub-zero in Hokkaido and also in Tohoku, sub-5 degrees Celsius as of the 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That there is going to be cool, in especially Tohoku. Please look at the white areas. So this is sub-zero. And the western area to the eastern Japan, that many of the mercury, the lowest temperature will be sub-5 in the inland areas. It will be a cool day tomorrow, and this will be the winterly day tomorrow. Weather forecast, and in many areas of the Tohoku, snow or rain, in Hokkaido as well, and southern Tohoku to Hokuriku, that the plain areas will be the rain, and the mountainous area snow. In the western Japan to the Pacific Ocean side, that it will be fine during the day. A magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of the Fukushima prefecture in northeastern Japan at 5:59 a.m. However, that and the alerts or advisory to the alert to advisory, and in that the advisories are lifted as of 5:59 this morning. That magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off the coast of Fukushima and Miyagi. That the lower of 5 of the jolts was observed. And JMA said that they sent out alert on Miyagi and Fukushima coastal area that downgraded as of 9:46 to advisory. In Aomori and Chiba coast and Izu island chains, that the advisory was lifted later on.
That's NHK's domestic services with simultaneous interpretation. As we've been reporting, the tsunami warning for Japan's northeast and eastern coastal areas has been downgraded to an advisory. A series of tsunami reached the coast after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency says waves up to 1.4 meters hit the coast. It's the area that was devastated by the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. Anyone in an advisory area should listen to local authorities and disaster management officials for information and instructions. Emergency response officials say at least 6 people have suffered minor injuries. A woman in Fukushima Prefecture was hit by a falling cupboard. Another woman in Miyagi Prefecture sprained her ankle while evacuating. Many flights to and from Sendai International Airport have been canceled. Transport Ministry officials say no damage has been reported on runways, but airline companies suspended their operations because of the tsunami warning. There is no word yet on when they'll resume. Now, many people living along the coast had to evacuate to higher ground following the tsunami warnings. This is along the coastal area of Fukushima on Tuesday morning.
I felt strong shaking, but it was weaker than the earthquake in 2011. I thought something terrible might happen, so I tried to escape to higher ground right away.
Large furniture didn't fall over, but books and things did. I wasn't seriously hurt, but as I was evacuating, I pulled a muscle in my lower back.
Towns along the coast are setting up evacuation shelters. In Minami-Soma, Fukushima Prefecture, a local community center has been designated as a shelter. About 70 people are currently using the facility, mostly local residents and builders who were working near the shoreline. An official with the meteorological agency is calling on people in the affected areas to stay on the alert for another possible quake.
There's possibility that a quake with the same strength could occur in a week or so. If a quake occurs off the coast again, it could also trigger tsunami.
We have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at 3 locations: Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa, Ishinomaki, and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji Port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama port in Fukushima Prefecture shortly before 7 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. Now, some local residents witnessed tsunami waves flowing upstream in the Tohoku region. A video posted to Twitter by a man shows a river in Iwaki City, Fukushima Prefecture, slowly flowing upstream due to the influence of tsunami waves. The man said he took the video from a bridge over the Bindagawa River just before 7 a.m. on Tuesday. He said it felt dangerous to remain there and quickly escaped from the riverside. The man said he felt scared as he witnessed such a scene for the first time. Another video uploaded by a local woman to YouTube shows tsunami waves moving upstream in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. The woman took it at about 8 a.m. from her condominium. The video shows powerful waves splashing as they flow upstream. The woman said numerous large waves moved upstream, and she was very scared by the power of the water. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting following the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The regulator says as of 7:55 a.m., there are also no reports of irregularities at the Fukushima Daiichi plant, which was crippled by the 2011 quake and tsunami, and nor at any other nuclear plant or facility in the area. And they say there are no changes to radiation levels at monitoring posts in the area. The tsunami warning for Japan's northeast and eastern coastal areas has been downgraded to an advisory. A series of tsunami reached the coast after a magnitude 7.4 earthquake struck off Fukushima Prefecture Tuesday morning. Japan's meteorological agency says waves up to 1.4 meters hit the coast. It's the area that was devastated by the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. We'll continue to follow the developments out of this area, and we'll be back in a few minutes with more updates.
A newsroom like no other.
If the conflict breaks out.
Bringing you a different perspective on Asia.
We have breaking news, local media.
Things can change in an instant. And we've got you covered. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Stories you won't see anywhere else. Watch NHK Newsline. Your eye on Asia.
NHK World TV from Japan.
Join NHK World on Facebook. Visit our homepage and give us your like. Our page is updated every day. You'll get to see the latest on things such as Japan Fact File clips, news excerpts, information about upcoming episodes, and much more. So check out our official NHK World Facebook account right now.
You're watching NHK Newsline. It is Tuesday, 11 a.m. in Japan. As we've been reporting, people northeast and eastern Japan are being advised to stay away from the coast. A series of tsunami hit the shores after a powerful earthquake struck on Tuesday morning. The magnitude 7.4 quake occurred off Fukushima Prefecture. The focus of the quake was 25 kilometers deep. Japan's meteorological agency says waves up to 1.4 meters hit parts of the coast. It's the same region that was devastated by the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear accident. Although a tsunami warning has been lifted, an advisory remains in place for certain coastal areas. So far, there are no reports of major damage from the earthquake or the tsunami. Emergency response officials say at least 5 people have suffered minor injuries from the quake. A woman in Fukushima Prefecture was hit by a falling cupboard. Another woman in Miyagi Prefecture sprained her ankle while evacuating. More than 30 flights to and from Sendai International Airport have been canceled. Transport Ministry officials say no damage has been reported on runways. But airline companies temporarily suspended their operations because of the tsunami warning. Some local residents witnessed tsunami waves flowing upstream in the Tohoku region. A video posted to Twitter by a man shows a river in Iwaki City, Fukushima Prefecture, slowly flowing upstream due to the influence of tsunami waves. The man said he took the video from a bridge over the Bindagawa River just before 7 a.m. on Tuesday. He said he felt it was dangerous to remain there and quickly escaped from the riverside. The man said he felt scared as he witnessed such a scene for the first time. Another video uploaded by a local woman to YouTube shows tsunami waves moving upstream in Tagajo City, Miyagi Prefecture. The woman took it at about 8 a.m. from her condominium. The video shows powerful waves splashing as they flow upstream. The woman said numerous large waves moved upstream and she was very scared by the power of the water. Shortly before 9 a.m., a local police helicopter also filmed upstream waves in the Sunaoshi River. That's the Sunaoshi River in the city. The video shows waves moving upstream, but they didn't overflow the river banks. Now, many people living along the coast had to evacuate to higher ground following the tsunami warnings. This is along the coastal area of Fukushima on Tuesday morning.
I felt strong shaking, but it was weaker than the earthquake in 2011. I thought something terrible might happen, so I tried to escape to higher ground right away.
Large furniture didn't fall over, but books and things did. I wasn't seriously hurt, but as I was evacuating, I pulled a muscle in my lower back.
Towns along the coast are setting up evacuation shelters in Minamisoma, Fukushima Prefecture. A local community center has been designated as a shelter. About 70 people are currently using the facility, mostly local residents and builders who are working near the shoreline. We have the latest information on the tsunami levels from Japan's meteorological agency. Officials say a 1 meter and 40 centimeter tsunami hit the Sendai port in Miyagi Prefecture shortly after 8 a.m. Japan time. They also say a 90 centimeter tsunami struck Fukushima Prefecture's Soma port shortly after 7 a.m. Japan time. An 80 centimeter tsunami was observed at 3 locations: Miyagi Prefecture's Ishinomaki Ayukawa, Ishinomaki, and at Iwate Prefecture's Kuji Port before 8 a.m. Japan time. And a 60 centimeter tsunami hit the Onohama, that's the Onahama port in Fukushima Prefecture, shortly before 7 a.m. Japan time. These are the tsunami heights that have been observed in Japan so far. The agency is warning that higher tsunami may have reached or will possibly reach Japanese coastal areas. Officials are urging residents on the coast to evacuate as soon as possible. The Nuclear Regulation Authority says a cooling system for a spent nuclear fuel pool at the Fukushima Dai-2 plant has resumed operation after briefly halting following the quake. Officials say there are no reports of abnormalities in other reactors at the plant. The regulator says as of 7:55 a.m., there are also no reports of irregularities at the Fukushima Dai-1 plant, which was crippled by the 2011 quake and tsunami, nor at any other nuclear plant or facility in the area. And they say there are no changes to radiation levels at monitoring posts in the area. All right, let's take a look at business news. The earthquake is having an impact on several companies. Major automaker Nissan has suspended operations at its engine factory in the city of Iwaki in Fukushima Prefecture. Workers have been evacuated from the plant and are safe. Officials say they'll check for possible damage at the factory. Chemical maker Kureha is in the process of suspending operations at its factory in Iwaki. Company officials say a fire started at the plant's office right after the earthquake. They say it was quickly put out. No workers were injured. Now, several supermarkets and convenience stores in Fukushima, Miyagi, and Ibaraki prefectures closed temporarily to evacuate employees. Officials at telecom operators NTT Docomo, KDDI, and SoftBank say the quake hasn't affected their operations. Turning now to markets, the dollar weakened against the yen immediately after the quake and continues to inch a bit lower during morning trading. The pair is right now trading at 110.67 to 76. Traders are buying the Japanese currency as it is considered a safe haven asset in times of risk. Now, the jolts appear to be having a limited impact on stock prices. The Nikkei 225 is trading slightly higher at 18,134. The stronger yen is weighing on exporters like car makers, utilities, and particularly shares of Tokyo Electric Power, the operator of the Fukushima nuclear power plant, are lower. Let's see other markets in the Asia Pacific. The Shanghai Composite is higher by 0.38%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng is higher 1.26%. Now, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe spoke to reporters in Buenos Aires on Monday, wrapping up his 7-day trip to the U.S., Peru, and Argentina. Here's the full press conference with simultaneous interpretation.
A strong earthquake off the coast of the Fukushima was observed a short while ago, and tsunami alerts were issued. From my side to the nation, we asked that the very proper and accurate information over the tsunami and the evacuation should be issued, and also to grasp and understand that the condition of the damage as quickly as possible, and also to do the best to proper emergency measures, take proper emergency measures. These are the instructions from me to the nation. And for the Chief Cabinet Secretary, I called him directly, and to the best of all, of the disaster mitigation measures. So we would like to join hands closely with the local governments, and we would like to secure the safety for the people and do our best to take appropriate emergency measures. As the incumbent Prime Minister, for the first time in 57 years that I had a chance of officially visiting Argentina, 57 years ago, that my grandfather was welcomed warmly in many parts of Argentina, and I heard this from my grandfather, and I have received just as warm of the welcome in Argentina as a grandson of my grandfather, and for this I would like to dedicate my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you. And there is the history of the friendship over 1 century between Japan and Argentina. As one Japanese young man with a big hope came to and stepped on the ground of Argentina, and that was 130 years ago. Right now, 65,000 Japanese are living in this country. In Peru, when I visited several days ago, and 100,000 Japanese, ethnic Japanese, are living in the country. So Japan and Peru, Japan, Argentina, and there are the firm bridges of the friendship, and they are the Japanese. Ethnic Japanese are the bridge. And upon this platform, and there have been the strong exchange of the human resources, and we would like to fortify the cooperation of the economic field. I had the chance of discussing that the Mauricio Macri, the president of Argentina, and Pedro Pablo Kuczynski, the president of Peru, and we agreed to uplift the relation of the bilateral relationship with the strategic partnership in Peru and Argentina, and also that I was delighted of the opportunity of seeing that the Japanese, ethnic Japanese here, thanks to their industriousness, and they contributed greatly to the development of the local community and won a deep sense of trust. To this, I would like to dedicate my heartfelt respect to all of them. At the same time, how many hardships that they have to tide over before the war, during the war, after the war, and with my heart to their hard working and hardship. And I would like to dedicate once again the gratitude to the citizens of the South America who tolerantly received our fellow Japanese. Thank you. And with a trigger, the financial world, financial depreciation, the recession, and there have been the budding of the extreme protectionism and exclusionist, and which trigger the conflicts and ultimately to the wars. With this deeply in our heart as a reflection, we are committed to the free and open economy that is the cornerstone of peace and prosperity. We have to come to this awareness once again. We should not afford, we cannot afford to be inward-looking, that the energetic world only has a chance of the growth. With this as the square one of our concept, we have to go back to the square one of the concept, and that is the biggest theme of the APEC of this year. Japan proposed, and the APEC was established nearly 30 years ago, and which contributed to the global flow of the human resources and the materials and the information, and there is the increase of this kind of the flow by leaps and bounds, and it became deeper. And the Asia-Pacific region picked the best fruit of the free trade benefit. And right now, the global economy is facing that downward risk. However, that we cannot afford to go back. And during the APEC of this year, that we exchange the commitment toward the free trade, especially among our members in Asia and Pacific nations, and I believe that we could.